Well, hello, everyone.
Hey, good.
And Mr. Paul.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Wrong screen.
Hey, Mr. Larry. Good to see you. Yeah, we decided to just, it's a boring Saturday night. Watched a little bit of football. I saw Tennessee beat Alabama. And Florida and LSU are going at it right now. Last I checked, it was Florida 14, LSU 7. So we figured we'd just go live and hang out with our beaks for a little while, see how everything was going for everyone.
Yeah, nothing better to do on a Friday. Saturday night, huh?
Yeah, nothing. I mean, I actually guess Lee's at Mission Control. That's right. He is.
Hold on. Let's bring up Mission Control.
There's Mission Control. He's got too many cameras. He's like the man with too many cameras. I mean, if I flip mine around, which I can't even do hardly because of my camera, I've got 1, 2, 3. That's what I got going. 3, but nowhere near what Lee's got going on. I don't have the game that Lee's got.
Just toys. Got to have a little fun with everything.
Florida State beating Clemson. That would be a beautiful day. Carolina's off today, so anytime Clemson can lose, I pretty much vote for anybody that, I vote for Carolina and anybody that plays Clemson because they're state rivals, right? So, Cayman and Bruce, did they do a live today? I didn't even see.
I hadn't seen nothing pop up, but I've been.
Because they're both Alabama fans, right? Yeah. I get it. I understand. I thought you meant they did live or something, but you were watching the game. I forgot. Yeah, they're both Bama fans. Yeah, so we were just hanging out, and I meant to get in my beast today. It never happened. It was kind of cool, but I mean, it was a nice day out today, but they were flying. I need to go get sugar. Probably tomorrow, get some sugar, start making my sugar bricks to put on them for the winter as insurance,
You sugar over here?
Yeah, why don't you just bring that over tomorrow and we'll make some bricks. They're probably already bricks. How long have they been sitting there?
Quite a while. I got some in the other room that I'm starting to use, though. I'm about to start mixing.
Are they hard from the moisture in the air condition?
Nah, they're still flexible.
They're still flexible. That's good.
Which I keep everything in here.
You got your humidity and everything?
70 degrees and 46% humidity.
Well, that's not bad. That's pretty good. The so yeah, anybody else getting there? Yeah, Alabama got beat. Yep. With last second field goal, 52-49. I saw Gator fan, but also live in Louisiana. Yeah, so it's kind of, you gotta pull for the home team.
It depends on which one's going to get your truck messed up there, Mr. Paul. You in Baton Rouge, so you got to be careful with that.
Did Michigan dominated? Did they play Ohio State? Who do Ohio State play today? Because Brian is a big Ohio State fan. Let's see. Let's just go to ESPN and check the scores. College football. Obviously they got let's go to scores. Clemson losing tied it up 7-7 with Florida State. Kentucky, Mississippi State 0-0 in the first. Holy crap. Georgia 55, Vanderbilt nothing. Michigan 41, Penn State 17. Wow. Ole Miss beat Auburn 48-34. Oklahoma 52, Kansas 42. Texas beat Iowa State 24-21. Minnesota got beat by Illinois 26-14. Who else we got? Is it going to show me? It won't show me everybody. We'll do top 20. That is top 25. So, yeah. Does Ohio State play today? I don't even know.
I couldn't tell you. I don't hardly keep up with the sports stuff. Ain't had much time for it.
They're the Big 12, right? Or Big 10? Big 10. Ohio State. Let's see. Schedule. Today is 17. Oh, hell no. They got woo. Oh, today's the 15th. So let's see who they play today. Oh, they're off today, like my team.
Bugman says 10.
Huh?
Bugman says 10.
Big 10. Yeah. So yeah, they're off this week. They play Iowa next week at Iowa. So nope, at home. Iowa at home next week. So yeah, it's kind of good. It's been well, I didn't want to look at Ohio State home. Let's go back to. But yeah, that's kind of the score breakdown of the big teams. But yeah, Clemson just 59-yard touchdown pass. That's what it was, the score. And we'll see how it plays out.
Look like Larry had to, I'm figuring combine them back together, had a hive with some queen cells.
I found a dinky hive with queen cells. They are wanting to replace her, so I put them back together.
Yeah, it's a bad time of year trying to get a queen mated and back, so that would be the best option. Put them.
I don't know if you saw it. Ian had snow already the other day.
Well, I didn't see Ian's. I seen Mike's.
Yeah, Mike had a little bit of snow, but he said it melted away. But he did have some. So yeah, it's getting that time, guys. It's getting that time for winter and things. So we got to get ready. Got to get our colonies ready.
There you go, Mr. Paul.
You on the mead tonight?
Nah, not yet. I ain't poured none.
I'm on the Monster as usual. Terrible for me, but I keep it up. Lee at CABA meeting Tuesday night had a mead making demo.
Yeah. At CABA is Capital Area Beekeepers Association, I believe. That's here around Baton Rouge area.
Are you a member of that one?
No. The only one that I'm in, I guess you'd say in with, is the Louisiana Beekeepers Association, but I've done that for 2.5 years, I believe. And I've only been to one meeting, and that was the state meeting, the state conference we had back in August.
Right.
In fact, Bob Benny was at that one as a speaker.
Goldenrod must have been pouring out of the blooms today. Well, hey guys, since this is like a non-scheduled event, and we're just wanting to hang out. And Lee and I are exciting guys. We will admit that.
Give me a few drinks, I might get exciting.
But what we're gonna do is let's go ahead and share the. I'm gonna go ahead and share the code out, and pin it. And that way, if you want to come hang out with us, man, and talk, it just makes it better, in my opinion, anyway. And we can just talk and hang out. Hey, James, good to see you, buddy. No, Jeff, you didn't miss much, man. We're just I was getting a splinter out. We're just started 11 minutes ago, and we're just
yeah, Mr. Paul, I don't know if you can see. Let's see, get the right camera. I got a 5-gallon jug back here brewing for Hive Life.
You're gonna be like bottling up mini bottles of mead.
Yep, 1.7 ounce bottles. Basically, just little small sample bottles.
Just little shot.
Yeah,
shots of love.
I'll give everybody a sample.
Well, that's cool, man.
See if I can find
that's
them here.
A cool thing.
Because they are already on order.
But yeah, so today's been one of those days. The bees are out doing their thing. I've been out of. Oh, that's nice, man. You gonna put a little label on it too?
I don't know yet. I'm sure I'll figure something out with that.
I know you're so extra. It'll probably be gold dipped or dipped in beeswax or something.
Let me. Probably, well, I might put a label on there. I ain't gonna lie, but I am looking at one other toy for my actual full-size bottles. Let me pull that up here. The little foil seals that go on the top.
Yeah, those things are cool. Yep.
This is the machine that when you put it in the end of it, it actually heats it with an element and shrinks it.
Well, that's expensive, man. You can do the same thing with a heat gun.
Yeah.
You just got to be quick, right? You can't stand in one spot.
This just looks cooler.
Yeah, see, there you go. extra.
Now, I mean, it ain't no big name brand thing. It was just on Amazon. So really, I mean, for the price, it ain't all that bad.
This from a man who won't buy his niece a honey straw machine.
That was $800.
No, dude. There's got to be a Chinese-made honey straw machine or something.
I think I'd found one on Amazon.
Or the syringe thing that Larry does. Or not, sorry, that Steve does.
Yeah. I think I found one on Amazon before. It was a couple of $100. Let's see.
All right, guys, the link's up there. You guys can click on it anytime. Come join us. Let's have a conversation. Let's chat. Let's talk about it. Whatever you want to talk about. Doesn't matter. The, obviously, if you haven't bought your Apis Biologic, which most of you have, and we appreciate it, www.bewares.co. You can get yours. And there he is.
There's the legend.
Oh, Charlie.
You click.
Hey.
Charlie Tuna.
Looks like Lee's got a pair of new headphones.
Oh my! No, that's the same ones. He's just got a different camera view. Yeah. He's so extra. Show him all your different camera views. Watch this. Go click through your cycling. That's another camera. That's another camera. That's another camera. And that's another camera.
I don't have my micro cam plugged up right now, but I'm sure Charlie would like that one.
Hey, Sharon, good to see you. Yeah, see, it's like, man, I'm trying to figure if Lee's just got a vanity thing where he likes to have cameras to look at himself. Is that it? From different angles? Well, this is my better side. Or what? He's got it all. The man has what do you get a man who has everything? Lee, since you have everything, what would you get?
I wish I had everything. That would be nice. Nah, I just like playing with my toys. So
Popcorn Chuck, how's it going? Paul says.
Let me see if I can get this one straight because I'm pretty sure Charlie would probably like this camera. Let's see, swap you over. Hey, Charlie, you like talking about grafting. So there's your grafting tool right there.
That would be cool. And then
You
I
can
could
see it-
really,
You can see it flexing.
yeah.
You can
Where's
see
your
it
little
moving
cup?
close.
You had a cup up there the other day.
Move it over here. There. Well, it's rolling, but there's the cup.
So you could look at the screen if you were good. You could look at the screen and watch what you're doing on the camera.
Yep.
See if you're doing it right.
What kind of camera is that?
Amazon special.
Really?
It was just a little camera, got a LED built into the end of it, and it plugs in USB.
I'll have to check into that.
The Acme 5000. Or wait, we got to say it's the Binford 5000. Isn't that what Tim the Tool Man used to say? Everything was by Binford, right? That's incredible. That would be nice to use.
Well, it looks like Bob's getting up there with Mike up in Minnesota there. He got the cat there right behind him in the chair.
Sitting on Marilyn Monroe.
He just got to have it on the back of his head there.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, he
right
was
there.
licking himself. Yeah. The
That's an
cameras
evil
that you
cat.
got, I seen the one in that one shot where you show in your studio there all the different other cameras. What are they, like Canons?
Oh, heck no, not no Canon.
He's got a Nikon.
Yeah, those are Nikons. Better. Now, Canon ain't bad, but I just prefer Nikons.
That's the oh man. Tell you what, I'm getting old. Charlie, tell me what it's going to be like in a few years.
I'm not that old.
I didn't say it, Charlie. That's all Bob.
I mean,
Oh,
I might
man.
look old, but I'm not that old.
You're only old as you feel, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Well, that means I'm older than I'm older than I actually am.
That's what I was about to say. I feel older.
Well, Charlie, I've talked to you on the phone today, so I know what you were doing today. But for everybody, the 16 people watching, what did you do today? Besides talking on the phone.
Let's see if we can. All them hives behind me there. I went down. I don't know. There's 18 or 20 nukes down the side of the barn. I pulled them all apart, pulled out all the Apivar strips, and then down at the end down there, out past the barn, is my 10 framers. And I got off the phone with Bob, and then it was getting kind of, sun was going down. You know, I guess everybody was in the house by that time. So I went through 4, maybe 5 10 framers, and they got to be a little bit cranky. So I said, all right, I'm done. So I got maybe 6 to 8 more hives to take Apivar strips out, take off the top 5 feeders. If they, pretty much all the rest of them, I'll be taking feeders off.
Now,
And I'm done feeding. The hives are packed full of sugar water.
so through our conversations through the last 6 months that we've had on the stream, actually, it's been longer than that, right? 7 months.
It's March. We
For
started.
the last 7 months, we originally started, and in winter, you said that you were making candy boards, but you've pretty much come to the conclusion you're not going to do that this year.
No, that was an experiment last year where what I did was I made a kind of like a telescoping cover. The only thing is it didn't go over top the edge. It just sat on top of the hive, and we cooked sugar to where it was boiling and boiling liquid, like making candy.
Basically, like, isn't that what they call like the crack point or something like that?
Yeah,
Or
hardball.
not like making crack, but that's
They call it like hardball candy, softball candy. It's softball. They call it at a certain temperature. So me and a friend of mine, we did that as an experiment, and you have to, anyway, you pour it into those forms, as I call them. They set up like hard candy. And you go out there around January or December, right around Christmas time, put them on top. Actually, you would, let's see, how was it? I was advised to put a queen excluder on so the candy wouldn't fall down on the bees as it gets looser as they eat it. And the worker bees would go up there and eat and then take it back down into the hive. And they did. And they ate a lot of, pretty much all of it. But they didn't really eat all of the sugar water that I fed them prior to that. And so now you had a super full of, you might say, sugar water honey to deal with in the springtime. So I decided not to do that. Just go back to what I normally do. I feed them sugar water 2-to-1. Actually, it's a little bit lighter than 2-to-1, so I can get it to pump. And they're filled. At what's the LSU? Los Angeles?
Louisiana State University.
Yeah, Louisiana.
Okay.
Purple and gold is our colors.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's the purple. It could be the Ravens. It isn't, but yeah, it's close to it.
It could be the Minnesota Vikings, my team.
Yeah, Paul. I was looking for my candy thermometer, and I don't know what I've done with. I was going to show Charlie again, the one he's been wanting.
Well, the thing is that so you've decided that they didn't use all the resources they had in the colony, so you're not going to go through the trouble of making those candy boards this year, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of trouble and a lot of propane.
Right. So
to make that
so you're not going to do like camp fires or mountain camp sugar or nothing.
I won't have to. I mean, right now,
assuming that they can move out all to the outside.
I have. Let's see, 5 4s are 20. I have mixed up 200 gallons of sugar water over the past 3 weeks, 40-gallon batches, because I have a 40-gallon pump tank. Anybody wants to see any of this stuff, just go to my channel, Sawmill Charlie's Bee Farm. I put out a video about the cooking machine and my mixing machine, which I heat my water so the sugar will melt. And then I also have a 4-minute video showing my 40-gallon pump tank. It's a sprayer tank bought from Tractor Supply. Bought it several years ago. I put it in my pickup truck and fill it out of the 40-gallon mixing machine. And it's electric pump. This year I actually hooked it. I used to hook it up to a battery clips. Those things wore out. So I went and got and I have a newer pickup too now, and which has the little 4-prong trailer hitch plug. So I picked up a adapter, the male adapter, what I guess it is. And that way I hooked it on. Yeah, there we go. That one just goes over the parts of that mixing machine.
So you got to drill
and my friend who's a where on that front of that thing it says OR, which didn't mean nothing to me. And a friend of mine says he gave me that tank. It's a honey tank, OR, orange blossom. That's had orange honey in it. And so anyway, I mix it up. I heat my sugar water. I put 20 gallons of water in there. I put 250 pounds of sugar in there. You need a little, I've calculated that I'm about 50 some pounds of sugar light to actually be true 2-to-1, but it's close enough. The thing of it is that's on my pump is a diaphragm pump. It will only pump a liquid to a certain, thinness or viscosity. Right. So if you get it too thick, it won't pump. So, like I say, that's my formula. That when you put the 20 gallons of water and 250 pounds of sugar in there, the volume goes up to 40 gallons. And so I heat it. There's the tank and the pump on the top. And in that picture there, I did have the alligator clips on there for the battery. I used to use a car battery. This year, actually, we didn't have any old used car batteries laying around. So, and the ones that were totally dead. So that's why I've been wanting to hook it directly into the truck. All you got to do is turn the parking lights on. And you got power. And so anyway, I took that pump. It was a sprayer pump. I cut the end off the sprayer hose nozzle part and put a quarter turn valve in it with an extension pipe, and it works. That's the second video. And then the one I just put up Friday is where I take all those two tools and I mix up a batch of sugar water honey, and I show me putting it into the tank. I use a forklift. That's the downside, the way I do it, but I have a forklift because I'm in business. And now there are folks like, the Skinny Bee Man out there in Indiana. He shows his tank thing where it's basically a plastic drum that's got a submersible pump, and he plumbs it to where the pump pumps it up, goes across the top of the tank, and then back down into the tank, which makes a swirling motion, and it mixes the sugar water.
That little pump that you got, how much does those little pumps cost like that?
That tank air it came with the tank and everything, and the hose, it was a complete setup for like $200.
But you bought it, it was like a return, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Somebody wanted a sprayer tank with booms on it where, they would cover 10 feet wide or whatever.
Right.
So they returned it. It was in working order. And the guy said, well, for basically $100, I said, put it in the truck. And I've been using it probably 5 years at least.
So it paid for itself.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the big thing about it is even when you fill a bucket, bucket of sugar water, it's like, say, 3/4 full, 4 gallons out of 5. It's heavy. And then you're trying to lift it up kind of at the level of your shoulders to pour it in a top high feeder. And that's a lot of work. And it's a lot of, for me, my back, I've had issues with my back over the years. And it just, you're sore. So when you can drag a hose over there and just turn a quarter turn and let the thing pump it off in so many minutes, 30 seconds, you're done.
Right.
And then all I got to do is pull the truck up. You fill 3 or 4 hives up, pull the truck up, fill up 4 more hives.
Well, technically you could, you could gravity drain out of that too, because it's up in your truck, right?
No, not really. It's, you could if it was high enough, but the pump is the way to go. It would be too slow.
I got you.
Too slow. But, I can fill 30 hives in about an hour. It kind of depends on if I had somebody driving the truck where we can just walk along and they keep pulling the truck up as I keep going.
Yeah, but you got to keep tearing the hives down as you go too, right?
Yeah, you got to tear you got to take the lids off, fill it, and then put the lids back on.
See, that's where that bucket feeder would come in handy for you.
Fill the buckets.
Fill the bucket up and just invert it on top of the hive.
Well, if you had what do you call them?
Migratory lids.
Migratory lids. You got to do that too.
Right.
That's what I'm going to with all mine. I believe I still got, 5, 7 telescopic lids.
Yeah, I got it. I'm to the point where I've got all this equipment and I'm not changing now. If you were starting all over,
Well, what I started doing, I ordered all the the hives and everything when I started with the telescoping lids, but now whenever I order them, I get the migratory lids, so that slowly, all my new stuff has migratory, and I might replace 1 or 2 of my old lids at a time instead of just having to do everything at once.
Right.
Now I saw those. I saw a place. Let me see if I can find it again. Who I was looking at. Okay, so there's this place. I've never heard of them before, to be honest with you. I saw them on Google. It's a place called Midnight Bee Supply. They're in North Carolina. They sell those pail feeders with the screen, not with the plug like Greg does, but with the screen, $8.50.
That's the ones like I get through Better Bee. It has the screen in the lid.
Yeah, let me. I'm going to share this just because we're just talking about stuff. So some people may want to. All right, so this one right here, $8.50. It says for
Now,
their.
how do they do? Do they have any free shipping offer over a certain amount?
I don't know because honestly, I didn't even see this company until it's called MidnightBeeSupply.com. They're out of North Carolina. They've got the rapid round feeders. They've got Anel frame feeders. They got those Anel poly colonies as well. It looks like top feeders, pollen traps, a little bit of everything. So I saw that bucket feeder. I thought, we've been talking about him. I think Greg, didn't he say the other night his thing is like his, I think he said it was like $10.
Yeah, I think if you do the pre-order and pick up a Hive Life, it's $10, but you'll get 3 lids with it. You'll get one that's solid, one with 2 holes, and then one with 3 holes.
Not 3 lids, 3 plugs.
3 plugs to go in.
Right. So, I mean, just depending where you're at, the shipping might be high. I don't know. Like I said, I've never seen these guys before. I was looking for something specific and it popped up. So I went to look at it, but it doesn't appear that their prices are like out of like crazy, right? About normal. $250 for a frame, plastic foundation, $225, Pierco drone comb frame, $475.
I like to check their shipping because the buckets that I get from Better Bee right now for the bucket and the lid, and it has the screen molded into it, they're $7.95.
Well, we can do this. Let's do this.
Better Bee has that high shipping too.
Let's see. Add to cart. $8.50. View cart.
Calculate shipping to the zip code.
Calculate shipping. Update. Oh, see, there you go. Local pickup, it's $8.50. Ground, $19.52 for one bucket.
Well, I'm sure if you probably had 10 buckets, it would still be right around the same shipping.
Well, let's find out.
I mean, you're going to have a base price in that.
Let's see.
So 1952 versus 34. At least it ain't $19 a piece, but still.
That's still, with the current shipping, that's not terrible for 10 buckets because they're big and bulky when you stack them together. So
let's see. I'm gonna figure out Better Bee on the same thing. See,
that was a drone comb frame. Let's see, frames and foundations. Frames. They don't have any solid plastic frames over here, other than the drone comb, which is $5. No, you can get them cheaper, cheaper than that, but just depends on what you're looking for. Let's see what they got for extractors. 4 extractors. What are they carrying? Sivan.
All right, Better Bee. They're $7.45 if you buy 10 of them. You get a little discount after you start buying 10, but you're looking at 24. Let's see. Pull this up so you can see it. For 10 buckets with the lids and all, $74.50. So you get them at $7.45 a piece, and it's 24 shipping. So it's still terrible. 106 total.
Well, 85 and 30. What's 85 and 34? 85 plus, I'll say 35 because it was some change. 120 for 10 of the other ones. So
yeah, ain't too much difference. And it depends where you're shipping. I mean, if it's something closer, it might be cheaper on shipping too.
Yep. Look at that. Look at you getting a comment. Wrong one. Sorry. I just started watching your videos. You really know your stuff, Charlie.
Well, thanks.
And
yeah, hopefully you subscribe too. I need what is it after you hit 500 subscribers?
You get a community page and you can share it. Like you could share our stream to your channel and You can share other people's videos. You can make posts.
Now, these guys who are doing these premiere videos, if I see I can do that, where if I premiere at, let's say, 7 o'clock in the evening,
Yep.
that's where we watch the video, and then
Yeah. So you know how you schedule your video now?
I think you can just go through YouTube or whatever. It's
Yeah.
called.
Yeah. So same thing with the premiere. You just schedule the video and you set it as a premiere. And then when it comes up at that time, you're just there to watch the video at the same time everybody else is, so you can chat in the comment box and everything. And
Okay, I don't understand. Like a couple other folks there, they schedule it at 1:30 in the afternoon, and I'm like, who's going to be around? I mean, unless you're working night shift.
well, I was around till this past week. Now I'm working, so it's been busy.
Silver Gorilla, that's a pretty good comment there.
Hey Ed, how's it going? The
Yeah, I mean, the videos I try to put out good information, and
no, I don't. I just make videos.
yeah, well, I try to make sure that it's like something simple like putting April bar strips in. Well, you just don't drop them down in the thing. You spread that frame a little wider so they don't mess up the comb, because they always dig that comb out behind it and and they never seem to repair it very well.
Hey Jeff, that's the same feeder I use, the mother load frame feeders.
Yeah, just in case somebody in here ain't subbed to Charlie, drop a link to his channel in the comments there.
And
but yeah, try to.
Those extractors this guy's got, they're actually pretty good. They look just, I've never heard of them before. The Civan.
I've never seen them. They look like a license.
Yeah, they do. But you see underneath, like, let me see if I can bring up a bigger picture. You see how they got the banding around the bottom too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And banding around the top. Makes it pretty stable. Of course, that's kind of high. The license cheaper than that.
Yeah.
I was about to say that's along the same price of my date ant that I have.
It's pretty solid looking in the photo.
Look up, go up there to the motor. That looks like it's awful heavy looking motor.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the top motors, but I guess it is better. As far as being able to work on the motor, but I like the fact that the license is on the bottom and gives me the whole top. So.
What do you like that? Why is that?
Just it lets me open the whole top all the way up, and that when you open it up, it pretty much is at best going to be a 90-degree angle, right, to get to. I can flip mine all the way back. That's just my preference. I can get in it both sides, whatever. But other than that, it looks like a pretty good extractor. It's a little bit high. That's a lot more expensive than even the 30 frame license.
Yeah.
So
say, let me pull this up for you here.
I'm still buying the 30 frame license if those two are side by side.
Yeah, your 30 frame license 1975.
Yep.
The only thing versus my 20 frame date ant.
Yeah, so the only thing I don't like about the license at this point is they put the control box on the side. Like, you see how it's on the side right there? The drain is on, like, in the middle. So if I've got the drain front where I can work on it, then the control's on the side of it. So that's kind of weird. If it was somehow facing forward, it would have been better in my opinion. But that's it hadn't failed me. It's a good product. Man, I'm getting like all of a sudden my phone decided to update every YouTube subscription I've got at one time. What is it? I think Chris just sent me something. The Bug Man.
DC, which one you talking about? The one that Bob was pulling up a minute ago?
That's a good looking bottom board. Hey
there, Mr. Larry.
Let me see. Yeah, the Hilco 32 is $22.99. I don't know how the shipping works at Hilco on their extractors. I'm sure it's not free for extractors. I don't know the product that much, but from what I've seen, it looks kind of like that Italian made one. What's the Italian made one, Charlie?
I don't know. I got a Man Lake one, and I'm sure it's made in Italian or Italy.
Well, see that the Hilco one has the plastic or nylon or whatever plastic frame guard.
That sours me right there.
Yeah, and that's one thing. And then
I mean, all that kind of stuff fatigues after a while.
Well, the warranty on it is a good warranty, but the thing is that the product hadn't been around long as the warranty, the initial warranty. So how do you know that product is still going to be viable when something happens and you have to warranty it? That's the only thing. So the 2 has.
Now that's on your smaller. It looks like that's the smaller Hilco. Your larger Hilco, it looks like the stainless interior basket.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, see, that doesn't have the plastic in it or the nylon, and that's the 2200 one.
Yeah, that was the 32 frame, $22.99.
All right, so if you go back to the Supermax, the 18 framer. I know the thing is when you look at the Lysen thing, you see how that is deeps and mediums.
Mm-hmm.
The 30 frame, when you go to the website for Lysen, it says that you can only put like it's less deeps, but I've loaded it all the way up with deeps, and 30 of them have fit in there. So, I don't know. I know I'm happy with mine right now. I can't complain about it. I mean, I haven't had a Datan or Maxan or anything. I had a Chinese 8 framer, and then I got the 30 frame. So can't complain at all about that. Who got it?
Hey, what's up, Frank?
New Jersey is live.
Did you guys see that extractor that kind of flips the frames back and forth if you go forward and reverse?
Yeah, that's is it a radial extractor? I think that's what.
Yeah, they go in this way, and then when they flip, they flop one way and the other way.
Yeah, so it's spring loaded, right?
Yes.
And when it spins, the centrifugal force turns it out, and I understand what it's doing. I don't understand why you'd want that, really.
Wouldn't it be faster?
But then you got to run it the other way to flip it the other way to spin out the other side.
Yeah, spin it 2 different ways.
So
the radial, you don't have to do that. Just spin it and you're done.
But
I heard the thicker stuff sometimes, almost crystallized, won't come out.
I know Black Mountain Honey has one that he uses it for his heather honey because it's so thick that it spins, the baskets spin, and then it spins all that thick stuff out of one side, and then he has to reverse it and spin it the other way and flip it out the other side. So it's very specific use. And it's a specialized basket. So it's not like you can add, I don't know that you can, yeah, that's what Paul said, use for heather extractor. So I don't know if you can actually take those out and then load it normal, or if that's just the way it is and you can't do anything else with it. So
what's heather honey?
Heather is a flower, and it just makes a really thick honey. So it's yeah, DC, that's why I updated to the bigger one, because I was only able to do 4 deeps at a time, and then I would have to pick them up and spin them around, and it just took a long time to do. So that's Heather. So
what country is that from?
Well, I know they have it in England. I don't know if they have it here or not. $15 a pound, Paul says.
Yeah, put everybody's name up there so they know, which I'm sure they already know us.
So, how did you come up with Galloway Lights? What is that? Or why?
Galloway's his town that he's in, and lights are his light show for Christmas and everything.
Nobody watches it.
Dancing
What are you
lights.
talking about? When did you put anything else out? If I get the notifications, we watch it.
I think I've seen
this
stuff a while back because I used to play with Arduino microcontrollers, programming them, and a bunch of them had lights and all for Christmas, Halloween, and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, that got kind of confusing very quickly.
So, how's your log hive doing?
I think it has a lot of gaps in the vertical sides. I used just brad nails and stapled together, and the other day I jammed the frames in there, and I noticed I popped it out the other side, and I could see the bees. So I got a hammer and whacked it back together. So poor design, I guess. I guess next time make sure it's a bigger log so I have more meat on the corners.
Right.
But I'm wondering if that's why they're not growing so fast. Maybe they got too much ventilation.
It's that time of the year, man, where they're starting to slow down. Right.
Oh, they had all year and they haven't done much. So compared to others.
Right. Well, I had some colonies like that too that were just kind of slow to get going.
I finally let one of my queens go by. It was my second queen I've ever owned. It came in a package that I got last year, and I gave it to my brother to squish because I couldn't do it. It was like dwindling. I would give it a frame of eggs and larvae to try and get it to do something, like maybe build up new cells and let them get rid of her, and they wouldn't do it, and I didn't have the heart to. And eventually, it was only like a small bundle of bees, and I told my brother, "There's nothing we can do from what you guys are telling me." So,
well, the other thing is, like with that log colony, they might have too much space. I find that and Charlie will testify to this, he'll probably be like, "Amen, brother." But when you put them in a smaller area, it condenses the bees down, and the queen feels like we're packed, right? So, and then she's got enough workers to work everywhere. At least that's my philosophy. Mm-hmm. And then it'll build up, and then you can put another box on top of it, right? And that's why nukes work so well, because they're so packed in, and then can start moving up.
Because if you take a 10-frame box and only have like 2 frames of bees in it, well, they're going to have to take a bunch of those bees just to guard the entrance, do other stuff in the hive, so you don't have as many workers actually taking care of brood. Versus if you have a small box, a smaller entrance, there's more bees to work the brood versus having to protect the hive or forage or do other stuff.
It's that, and then like if you, it's like somebody is a brand new beekeeper who gets a package of bees.
Me.
Well, the first thing I tell them, I said, get yourself a 5. You know, they don't want to spend a lot of money because it's an expensive hobby to get into, but I always suggest get a 5-frame nuke and dump those 3-pound packages in that nuke. Now you've got a bunch of bees there that all they got to worry about is you condensed them and you've made them only watch or look at 5 frames of foundation to be able to draw the wax out. And
they're only going to start on the first 1 or 2 right in the middle anyway.
Well, I mean, look at a 10-frame hive. Where are they at? There's always on the middle 5 frames, maybe 6 frames. They're always there. Well, take the cue, put them in a 5-frame box, and they'll draw out 5 frames of foundation more efficiently because you condensed them or confined them to that right there, and then.
But that helps with so much stuff, because when they pack that out with brood and they're hatching, there's more bees to guard the entrance, right? They're wall to wall, and then you just pop that box on top, pull a frame up, put a frame down, and they're going to start moving up to cover that brood and start the top, right?
Yeah, I mean, and bees like to go up. They don't like to go sideways. And there's just so many advantages. I always say, like say with a new beekeeper or even resource hives or whatever, if it's a where you want to put a 10 frame, put a 5 frame there, grow those bees. Put a box, 5/5, give yourself 10 frames of good drawn wax, and then drop them in a 10 frame, or go on up 2 more boxes. Now you got, if you're going to do 2 double deeps, do that. And
Then you
then
can move them over to 10 framers, and
all you got to do is push them to the side, put the 10 frame down, transfer all the brood and all the frames over to the 10 frame box. Now you got a strong hive that can efficiently use that bigger volume of space and everything.
yeah, it works out really well.
I mean, I took my cues from Michael Palmer, 12, 14 years ago, and he was the new guy on the circuit, I guess you would call it, as far as meetings, talking about, doing what they used to do 100 years ago, and that was raise nukes. They did everything themselves. So
well,
it's like
then,
I
if
had
you move them over, you could actually move 9 frames, leave 1 frame of bees and eggs and everything behind, and let them make another queen if it's early enough in the year.
You could do that.
Start it all over again.
It's like I had 3 10 framers. They went queenless on me here about a month ago, and I had them extra nukes there. I just pulled all the bees out of 3 different nukes and dropped them in with, papered them in, and I got 10 framers up and running.
So I guess what I should do is like those Apamaze and put a divider in the middle.
Bring it on game day.
What the hell is
What
that?
have we got in that?
Regions is right there with
It's
you.
got to be
All
Bob.
right.
So they were talking about
I had the ESPN, and it went to it all of a sudden started a commercial in the middle of nothing. So apologize.
What did you?
Yeah, I guess I should take my 10 frames and put a divider in the center and make them 2 5s and go that route. And that way I don't have to buy equipment and condense them.
A lot of people do that. They'll make like 3 3-framers in a 10 frame, like a queen nuke.
Queen Castle.
But
Yeah, I did a 4, but that was trying to raise some queens.
But yeah, if you have it solid, right? If you have it solid where they have entrances at different spots so they don't get confused coming back in and they have to learn a new entrance and everything. That
Yeah, I tried to do that for 4 queens to see if I can raise a couple. What the heck do they call them? the queens in the cells.
Yeah, it works good, man. And if you got the wire mesh, you can literally make a cup of the wire mesh and put it over the cells and leave 1 or 2 to hatch out in there. And then when the other ones hatch out, they're going to hatch out in that little cage. And then you can pull the cage and catch that and move that virgin queen into another colony if you choose to.
And that's how the tree hive actually started, is one of those cages. She walked right in. I think I saw you guys said something about that, letting the bee walk in the queen walk in the entrance. And
I did that with one of my nukes or mating boxes this year. I mean, it was a
you failed on that one, Lee?
I was saying Madam Mort was asking, did Alabama win?
No, Alabama lost 52-49.
So why does that work?
Go ahead.
Walk early when they walk in. Why does it work?
Well, it worked for me. I let her walk into the top of the hive into a mating box. It was
I saw Gus Mitchell say that's how he does it with virgin queens, and they just walk right in.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the thing of it is,
when they kill them, though.
No. When they're a virgin, they don't have the pheromone smell. They know that they're a queen, but they won't. But there's not that defensive mode going on there. And they'll walk in there and, they have to take a few days to get their wings hardened, exoskeleton hardened. It also lets their reproductive organs get mature enough. Then they go out and get mated and come back. And then they have that smell, that pheromone smell. And then she went to she went to laying fine. I actually used her in one of my nukes, or took her, where I needed her for one of my 10 framers. And then I have another friend of mine. He's up in Pennsylvania, and we were discussing this here a couple of weeks ago, where I usually I take my cells, graft, in 6 days, they're capped. I put them in an incubator, a DIY incubator, and for 5 days. And then that gives me approximately a day and a half to 2 days to get them into a mating box before they hatch out of the cell. Now, a friend of mine, what he does, he gets them to that point, then cages them in a hair roller cage, lets them hatch in the incubator, and then he turns those cage. Well, first, once they're hatched, he checks them frequently on that day that they figure they're going to hatch.
Yep.
He'll pull, yeah, right there, just like that. Now, he will pull the JZBZ cup out of there with the cocoon. You want to tear that cocoon off because they'll go up in the cocoon trying to get something to eat. What if there's rural jelly left? Yeah, and that's part of the
Cheesy beezy.
No, it's for NICOT system. So anyway, he lays that cage on the side once he tears that cocoon off, and then he'll spray. He'll dab a little bit of crystallized honey, just a droplet or two, on that cage. So you don't want them to get any of their wings or body, covered with any kind of honey. And he can keep them up to like 6 to 7 days in that incubator, which I wouldn't do. But he lets them all walk in to the mating box. And the one good thing about that is, there's a queen in there. You don't have to go back and say, well, did she hatch? Did she make, was it a dud or was it or not? Well, now because all you have to do is go back out there in a couple weeks, two
Make
and a
sure
half
she's on
weeks,
our
3
flight,
weeks, and then see whether or not she's laying eggs. So it kind of takes out the guesswork doing it that way. So that's something I might do this coming year.
As long as they let her come in the front door. So, I mean, you're making the queenless colony, right?
Oh,
And-
yeah. Oh, yeah.
And
They're wanting a queen,
Yeah, because
So
what
how
I
soon-
normally did, I just put cells in each of the 4 on that big 10 by 10 box, and then hope all 4 take. And then, like you said, some did, some didn't.
You
Well,
run one with the 4 different entrances, Frank?
Yes. Yep. 4 entrances. I made it with plywood, Lawan plywood. Actually, I was using sheet metal.
Are you using the full size frames or is it the half frame?
Full size frames. It's like 2 frames in each one.
Okay, because
And then you make an entrance on all 4 sides with it.
Better Be has the one. Basically, it's 10 frames, but they split it into 4 and cut the frame in half.
Yeah, this
And
one is 2
mating.
full frames. That way I don't have to change equipment except for. And if I wanted a box later on, I just slide the things out and I can use it as a regular box.
That's what I have. I took cues off of Barnyard Bees and I made 2 frame mating boxes that are full size frames, either deeps or mediums, and because I run a lot of mediums, and maybe I would do it over again. I think I might use 3 frames instead of just 2, but 2 works fine.
When you do it the right time of the year, unlike Bob did this year.
The only thing with the 2 frames, you just have to keep a closer eye on them because
you can
a lot quicker.
Yeah, I mean, usually, not this year or this season, but last year, I was grafting on every Wednesday. I would graft, and I was kind of on a hot, a real tight schedule, and I wasn't. This year, I just grafted 30 cells at a clip. And but it was raining this year a lot. As far as queen castles like that, you were saying some of them didn't make it or whatever. Sometimes they get, because they go in the wrong hole and they'll get killed sometimes, instead of going in the right entrance that they came out of.
Plus, I probably didn't shake a lot of bees in there because I think you're supposed to do 2 shakes of bees. And I didn't want to sacrifice a whole bunch. And I was like, I just basically put brood in there, some honey, and no extras, basically.
Well, let me see if I can change something.
So what I started doing is when I put the 1 frame in there, I would collect up a lot of bees, right? And this was when I learned my lesson from doing it wrong the first time. When I went out there, I'd go to my strong colonies and shake the frames of brood, right, into a box like a Pro Nuke. And then the ones that could fly would fly out and fly back home. And the nurse bees were left behind in the box. And then I would just go and basically tap them down like you would a package and just dump them in.
Oh, what's wrong?
I was trying to add them to.
That makes sense. I'm always freaking out. Like, they're flying away. That's what I want in there. And it's like,
right. But if you shake them in the box, the ones that fly back would have flew back if you dumped them in the new colony anyway, unless you had them sealed in for a few days.
Yep.
Now, what some of them would do, they'll take just the empty, like a little nuke box or whatever, or a little Tupperware bowl. I mean, any box to do, a cardboard box.
Yep.
Shake a couple of frames of bees in there. Wait a minute, and all your foragers are going to fly out. Go back to the hive. The bees that are left are your nurse bees. You could pour those in the hive making because they're not really flying yet, so they don't know where to fly to. Once you put them in that new hive,
that's their home.
They do get old enough. That's their home. They fly out. They're going to fly right back to that one.
Maybe next year I'll get it right.
That's why sometimes if you see somebody making up a nuke, they put
every time.
Yeah, if you see somebody making up nukes, sometimes they'll shake 3 or 4 frames of bees in there because they know some of them's going to fly out. That's all your foragers going back to the original hive. That's why I'm shake it into another box.
I'm not going to say, but I'm going to say. I'm not going to show you who it is, but there will be another store that's carrying Apis Biologics soon. A store near you to pick it up in your hands.
I know who it is.
You know who it is, but I'm not gonna let it out of the bag yet. So I'll let them let it out of the bag. So, but it's a good deal. But,
so, Bob, how's that work? Do y'all have to buy it from Canada directly, or do you guys have?
No, we're the distributors. So we get it from the company in Canada, and we have everything from Louisiana to the Atlantic Ocean on the shore, and then from Florida to Maine. So anybody that wants to sell in their store has to get it from us.
You didn't have to go through any kind of EPA or type regs?
Nope. They didn't ask for that when we ordered it. It's just a powder.
Yeah, I was about to tell you shouldn't really have to because it's not a technical chemical.
Yeah, it's not a chemical. It's just
EPA.
Proteins and. Hale says he has enough to mix up feed for 5 years.
Yeah, Paul, I might have to stop by and buy some from you.
You better buy it from me, bitch. That's all I'm saying.
I was waiting on it.
No,
but as far as like those 4-way things, friend of mine, he had a observation hive, and there was queen cells in there, swarm cells, and one of them started chirping before it was hatching, and all of a sudden he said the whole hive went berserk and tore down the other cells in that hive.
I had that this year too.
And because the one said, hey, the one was chirping and saying, hey, I'm getting ready to come out, kill all the rest of my competition. And they did. And he said, and then another guy in the club meeting said, he says, that's interesting because if you have a 4-way hive and you put 4 cells in each or a cell in each compartment, what happens if, let's say, the one queen starts chirping in one of the compartments and the other compartments hear that, they're going to kill those queen cells.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And so I was trying to switch screens here tonight, but
yeah, they're not too quiet either. If you've never heard them, they're actually, it's very audible, especially like when I had those. You get
queens in them. You get a queen in a cage and set it on your desk, and they'll start squeak, squeak, squeak. They're all going crazy. But anyway, that's where I find it. Maybe it's better to have individual 2-frame boxes or 3-frame boxes, and you reduce that problem and all. So
the 2-frame, I like the 2-frame boxes. I had some luck to being able to go from 2 to 2/2 to a 5-framer, right? And then by the time I got to the 5-frame, either I had someone wanting to buy a queen or buy a nuke, and then I would just make a nuke for them and sell them. So, I mean, and I was able to take some nukes out of there. Like if I had one go queenless or was looking light, I took the whole nuke and just put it in there with the queen and let the queen take over. And that worked pretty well. So yeah, I mean, it was pretty efficient for me. What you got there, Lee? Oh, my video.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
That's all the queens piping.
Yeah.
So question: how do they make that? How do they actually make that sound? Is that their legs or their wings or?
I don't know how they do
You
it.
got vocal cords, I guess.
I don't know, but I sold a good number of queens this year. I mean, I sold like probably 85 queens.
Now, Bob, is it your numbers because you're feeding them a lot? Because I sure don't get that kind of numbers of bees growing.
No, so what I realized is, I'm kind of opportunistic. If you haven't checked with the whole Apis biologic and everything that I have going on, it's kind of opportunistic. But I realized in my local Facebook beekeeping group, people were looking for queens, and our only local bee store didn't have queens. So I searched out a guy with Charlie through Cutic, right? And I was like, well, I was looking for the price break. Well, where's the price break to get the best deal on queens? So I would buy 25 queens and I would get a price break. And then, I was making $12 a queen retail. But then what it was doing is they were giving me one extra queen for free. So you'd buy 25, you'd get a discount. They'd give you a 26 queen, like an insurance queen, that I would make a nuke out of for myself. And then I would sell the nuke, right, for $200, but I would sell the queen and make $12 every time. And it gave me an abundance of queens that if I needed to make splits or re-queen something, I just had queens. And the people buying the other queens were paying for my queens, essentially, at that point. I mean, I didn't make a killing, but I made enough to pay for my own queens that I used to expand my apiary, and then use my current colonies, bees, to formulate those colonies, right? So it worked out pretty good. I mean, I bought 85 queens from them and 25 queens from Jose this year. So what's that, 100 and something queens? So it worked well. And because I timed it, I only ever paid for 25 at a time. It wasn't like I was paying for all 100 at one time, but it worked out. And all that money came off of my honey sales. So I was just rolling that money to do what I needed to do. And it worked out really well.
Hey, Charlie, there's a question for you.
Now he's saying if they don't touch, they won't.
But you were saying, Charlie, it triggered the other bees in the colony to break down the cells.
Well, that's what we were.
But they were in the same.
That was our hypothesis. I'll put it to you that way.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I know, like, if you got multiple cells in one hive.
Well, I had that this year
frame.
too.
One of them goes to hatching and piping. They basically go around and kill the rest of the cells on that frame. So,
Well, see, a lot of your people will say, "Oh, the queen does all this."
So the
stinger, right?
by vibrating the wings and is a territory declaration. If two virgin queens meet in a hive, a fight to the death will ensue. Some queens even pipe before emergence.
But on the other hand, I've also had a mother and a daughter in the same hive. And they didn't fight to death.
Well, see, not this year, but last year, I would have multiple queens hatching out in the same hive and different.
Still going.
Around. And this year, it was not the case. It was like if I put a frame in there, one would hatch out and they would rip all the other ones down. And it might be a colony thing, or I don't know.
The only multiple queens I've had is in a swarm that I've caught. I might have 2 or 3 queens in that.
Yeah.
And eventually they're either going to kill one of the other ones or it's going to fly out and not come back.
Well, I mean, the only thing one experience I had, it was a couple years ago, I guess, where I'm going through the nuke. Oh, and I say, oh, there's a nice young queen right there. I put the frame back 2 frames over. Here's my big mama queen in there that I had already marked. I'm like, and it happened so that the nuke next door, I knew it was queenless. So I went back and found that other queen, and I let her walk into that other hive. And within 3 to 4 seconds, the bees on top of that frames jacked her backsides up and started fanning, saying, "Hey, here's the queen, here's the queen." And I went back a couple weeks later, and she was just laying up a storm.
That's
What's DC saying about cutting the bottoms of cells off?
where's it at? I haven't seen it yet.
1001, or I mean 901.
Bottom of cells. I don't see that.
DC's bees or blessed bees.
Oh, bees will make cells off the cutoff location.
What the
I've
heck
been
is
watching
that?
videos where they cut the side of the comb to expose the bottom side of the eggs.
Okay, I know what he's talking about. Basically, you got all your little comb cells. Some of them, they'll kind of cut the bottom of one cell out so that it opens up to the others, and then they'll build a cell off of that to make a new queen.
Oh, horizontally, and you're cutting the bottom of the cup where it,
I believe that's
So,
what he's talking about.
Like says Dr. Jamie Ellis, is approximately 20% of hives have 2 queens. You'd like to see that study. Yeah, me too. That's
Which, granted, I don't look that hard. I mean, most of my queens are marked, so once I see that queen, I usually don't look for another one. So, I mean, there could possibly be one in there.
well, I'm doing better. About 50% of my queens are marked right now. At least they were. If they didn't, I still got a bunch. And at this time of the year, I don't even mess with the queen because I don't want to jeopardize killing her and then being in a queenless situation, right?
Yeah.
and how many pens did you go through?
Oh, not enough. No, I've still got it. I barely mark any, and most of those queens that I marked actually got sold into other colonies and into nukes and got sold out.
I think I'm on my 3rd yellow pen, and I keep losing it.
Keep losing? No, I don't mark very much, so I know where it's at. I just hit them once in a while. OTS queen rearing.
On the spot.
I was using to mark the dipstick on my car. I said, "Oh, that's the same color."
Right. We find one and stop looking. Yep, that's pretty much. And a lot of times I don't even look for the queen. If I see eggs and I see larvae, I'm like, she's in there, close it up and let it go.
Yeah,
Right.
I used to look for the queen all the time, whether it was marked or not, just to see if she was in there. And I done got to the point I found I was spending too much time looking for the queen and not enough time looking for the other stuff that I needed to be looking for.
Well, you guys really have talked me into starting to mark them, right? So it was like, I'm happy. I went from 0% to 50%. So marked. So that's pretty good.
I think one reason I was wanting to mark one and see them every time is see if that's the same queen or did something happen to her, she get killed or die or whatever, and they make a new one. But now, as long as I see the eggs and the larvae in there, I really don't worry about it no more.
Now,
Right.
Garrison, they're talking about OTS queen rearing with Mel's thing. Has he ever tried that? I met Mel. He was at one of our state meetings. And
I haven't tried it.
just where you notch the hive and they'll make, a cell there.
You notch the hive.
Well, you notch the comb. You break the bottom end of the comb off so they can draw that comb kind of downward. I don't know. I graft and I mean, I learned, I went to Kenton Williams down in Knoxville, Tennessee back in 19 and 2.5 minutes I was grafting. It was no big deal. It's not that hard of a situation.
Yeah, I tried that with that queen that was not doing anything that we eventually had to squish. I did that for like several different eggs to see if she'd ran out of the hive if they brought some news in. But
so why'd you squish her?
I didn't. I couldn't do it. Because she wasn't producing any babies, and all I kept doing all season long was putting in eggs and larvae to try and see if they would make a new queen and maybe kick her out, but they wouldn't do it. And I tried again. Yeah, they wouldn't kick her out, and they just kept dwindling each time I did it. And I was like, all right.
And they didn't supersede her. That's unusual.
No, I did it all summer long. Wasted all summer because it's the second bee I ever owned,
Oh, sentimental value.
Yes. She was from last year. Yeah. I bought her.
But the thing of it is when you start raising your own queens where you got like Bob Bear, you got 10 of them to choose from, your attitude towards queens change. It's like, oh, you're not producing, out of here. Yeah. Go over here and grab another queen and stick it in the hive,
Well, Frank, how long you said you've been beekeeping now?
This is the third year.
Okay.
First year.
My third year.
First year was one colony. It was one nuke. And during winter, it basically dwindled down. All the butts were sticking up, and they starved to death.
I was
the second year, I decided to buy 2 packages since I had drawn comb from that hive, and I used that to help them produce. And then I ended up having 4 after that. So they all 4 wintered over, and then now I got it up to, I think it's like 12. So, but they're split really thin, so they're small. Yeah, very small numbers.
I hadn't had to kill a queen yet, but I think if it would have been one of my first queens that I started with, I'd probably have a hard time. But I guess after you do it for a while, and then like Bob and Charlie said, you see a queen that's not producing, it's either you're wasting time and you're wasting money trying to take care of that hive. Like you said, you keep transferring brood over. After a while, I mean, you just got to call it quits. And I guess after so many years, you're going to start saying, hey, ain't no good, pinch, throw a new one in.
You just give it the hive. You just give it the hive tool test.
Think of it like a pair of shoes. If your shoes are wore out and they ain't working right, you got to get a new pair.
Yeah, but you know what it is when you have queens, in your back pocket, you might say, where you're raising them yourself. When you don't have that, it's like, do I want to spend $35 or $40 for a queen?
Yeah.
Or when you have 6 of them in a set of nukes behind you there, yeah, just pinch her in. I got a free one sitting there.
Right. Just take her and then let
your attitude, because it doesn't cost you any money, changes.
Well, I got real upset. Like if I had a dead out or something, or a rob out or something, it used to bug the crap out of me. This year it's like, man, I got 3 times the colonies I started the year with, and we know some are gonna die. And
I went through those nukes today. I got one out there. I'm pretty darn sure it's queenless. There's a fair amount of bees in there. I'm like, all right, well, whatever. You right now you can't. If you got a queen issue, where I'm at in Maryland, or where anybody up around here, it's like you can't do nothing about it. Just forget about it. It's over with.
Merge them in with somebody else and let it go.
Yeah, you're done.
The first queen I ever killed was when I tried to mark it, and Bob told me not the wrong end of remember that? I was using the queen catcher, and I used the wrong way, and I opened it up and decapitated her. Well, that was early in the season.
Hey, Lee, do you still have that roller cage with the end in it? So I'm going to tell you how stupid I did. So you see that, how it is right there? I was in a hurry. I found a queen that had landed on the hive stand, and I loaded her in there, and it had that end in it. Now put that end back in, Lee, and show you see it's got a hole in it. So I went back out there.
She's gone.
She climbed through the hole and out because I was in such a hurry. We make mistakes, guys. That's what's going to happen,
Yeah, but so I went to a guy. He was selling out some equipment. And he had one of those queen muffs. And I'll tell you, I've been using that this year because I'm transferring. After I mark her, I was trying to transfer into a queen cage for sale and stuff like that. And sometimes they get away from me. I had about 3 of them get away from me this year where luckily I had that queen cage, and, they couldn't get her out, and I grabbed her and put her in the regular queen queen cage.
Well, that's
Queen
another
muff.
good thing for a nuke. You know, if you've got nuke equipment and you've got a hive like this time of year starts dwindling down, just take them out of the 10 frame and put them back in a nuke, put the cover on it in the same location, and let them overwinter in that nuke, and then they'll get nice and strong. And in the spring, you can move them back into the 10 frame equipment.
I had to do that my first year. The swarm that I'd got from a guy, he had it in a 10 frame. So I transferred it into another 10 frame out of his box to mine. Well, it really wasn't big enough for a 10 frame. So by that fall, they still wasn't producing that much. And like Frank was having the trouble, small amount of bees in a big box, they wouldn't gain in population. I moved them back into a nuke for the fall, and they started building up that fall. So the next spring, I put them back into a 10 frame box, and they blew up.
I guess I have to do like what is it, Desperate Times or something does with the foam. He reduces the size of the box with foam.
Oh, Peaceful Mind.
Peaceful Mind, yeah.
Yeah, he just reduces the down with the foam on both sides, and Charlie was talking about that last week.
Yeah, I mean, when you like, I got to thinking about it. I'm like, I'm going to go from 2 frame mating box to a 3 frame. Now I'm thinking I'm only 2 frames off from a 5 frame. Well, if you fill it up, like you say, with foam or whatever it is he uses, then you can.
I think
you got a box. You got a box can do anything. You know, you can go from 1 frame to 2 frame to 3 to 5.
Just make sure you use foil tape on all the sides, because they actually start to hollow out the foam, and it'll be like little mouse trails up through.
Well, what he actually does is he takes the foam and puts it on the inside, and then wraps it in the Luan, right? The real thin stuff on all sides, and it's like a box that he's putting on the frame rest to keep them in there.
Yeah, he's making up a
divider,
divider, a filler board.
Yeah, plug or something,
You know.
But I mean, if it works for him, and it's definitely a good tool. I can see the utilization of it. Obviously, I've got so many nuke boxes and 10 frame boxes and supers right now. I could basically do whatever I want between 2, 5, 10. It
gets confusing when you start moving things around, like when you have 4 in one 10 frame and you want to move them over here, and then they get lost, and then you want to go to a 5, but the 5's over here. And
I've got well, luckily, thanks to the hurricane, I kind of consolidated most of that stuff in one spot now, so I know where all my nuke boxes are and all my 2 framers and all that stuff. So it and I try to, like, when I make a nuke, if I'm going to make it into a 10 frame at some point, I try to put that nuke where I'm going to put that 10 frame.
Gotcha. Plan it.
You can, fancy queen rearing machine like Ricky Rourke. Those things are nice, man. They look really nice.
Lee's got one. I mean, all right, with that, Lee, I mean, it is. What do you
see? Like 16 on each side, right?
You got about 8 of them put in there, 12 of them.
Well, if you're doing the 2 frame mating nukes, you can break it into 12 2 frame mating nukes.
6 on each side.
Yeah, basically,
it's like
just 12 all the way.
Long lang, is what it is.
Yeah,
and they all have their own entrance at different levels, right? They alternate levels of the entrance, so that's pretty cool.
I can't remember which video that is that I have it on here, but
it don't have no bees in it.
It's got a couple nukes in it right now. But next spring, I plan on trying to use it to make splits in. So it will be full next spring.
Lee's going to start selling queens to Bob.
I'll be back.
Could happen. Of course, I can drive and pick the other ones up. I could drive to pick the ones up from Lee, but they're a little bit of a longer drive.
Yeah, Bob, I was looking on the internet, I guess, for your website one day, and I noticed Google Maps popped up. It looks like you're like right in the middle of like housing development.
Across the street, there's a housing development. There's not really on my side. It's just like a house every so often. But there's
behind you
14 acres around me. But they just started a new development like behind the woods behind me. So there is, I mean, there's still 14 acres right around me, but
Wow. They're creeping in on you.
yeah, they're trying to. But
And that was your parents.
the guy that lives behind me that way owns all the land around me. So the reason he bought that was so they couldn't do that. Of course, he's old, so he's going to die eventually. And eventually,
That was your parents' property, right? From when your childhood?
Yeah, no, well, they moved here after I was grown and out of the house, but yeah, that's where I'm at now because my mom's got Alzheimer's. We came here to take care of her.
So it's not sentimental yet.
No, not yet. Hey, Lisa, how's it going?
How you doing?
And it's home, so
Let's see.
we're
I just think of all the pest control and stuff that's going on all sides. It's like, whoa.
well, and that's where I work now for a pest control company. So my pest control truck is actually parked in the yard. So it's but I haven't sprayed anything here. So
Did you do a base level on your I think it's your lungs or something they do to make sure you monitor your intake of toxins?
no, I haven't taken that. I mean, I did a physical ahead of time, but they never did anything like that.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a baseline you develop, and so you can monitor your system and see if you're starting to get overwhelmed with toxins. And so,
Well, luckily, knock on wood, I'm in sales, so I don't deal with it as much as like the Bugman 1966 deals with it.
because I used to do it in the termiting, in the crawls and stuff.
Yeah, I'm just down there to really. If
you
I go
look
call to inspect, and I'm the guy that comes.
Poke,
and says, yeah, you got
poke around, right?
Yeah, poke around, find some stuff. Mice and roaches have been the order of the day.
You don't get those ants, the swarms.
We get fire ants and
All the winged flying ants really get people freaked out, and they think they're termites. Yeah. Then you have to tell them, oh, it's like 3 lobes, so it's not a termite. 2 lobes, termite.
That's a beautiful, beautiful colony right there, or beautiful hive.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna definitely enjoy it next
Chris.
spring when I get it filled.
And
Now, are they for jar feeders up on top here?
Yeah.
Well, how do you put the jar on there and then try to close it up?
Give me just a second. I'll pull that video because Minnesota Mike here in the comments. He asked that same question, and I done a specific video just for him on the feeder.
Now, when did you make those, Lee? Those videos. The videos. When did you make them?
Like back in May.
May, June. All right. Yeah, because I noticed some of these don't pop up when you're subscribed and stuff. They don't come up.
well, the good thing about being a bug man is it makes you feel better about the place you live in, even if it's got stuff around. Because some of the stuff you see would be like, holy crap, I'm not eating at that Dairy Queen anymore.
I always like that aerosol spray that makes them run out. You put it on the door, and you're like, holy crud, where'd they come from?
Man.
Here you go, Charlie.
It's I was talking about my rodent infestation earlier in the year.
Hey, it's Lee of Kodiak Farm. Mike over at Coon Lake Hives had a question, and he wanted to know, how do you put feeders on a horizontal hive? On the mating nuke that I got from Horizontal Bees, Ricky Rourke, the way he's designed them, each one has a little block here that you can rotate around. Got the hole already cut in it, and you can put a quart mason jar. Once you drop this in, put your jar right there, and you're done.
And the lid closes over top of it.
You get done feeding, all you got to do is remove your jar, rotate your board back around, and it's closed up.
But you can close the top.
Yeah.
But there's enough cavity in the roof.
Yep. In fact,
That's what I was talking about.
Thanks, Mike. That was a good question. Mike, just to reiterate, all the horizontal hives aren't created equal. Some of them have a flat roof on them, and there's no room to put a feeder. But the way Ricky does his on his queen mating, you have extra room here. So instead of it just being a flat top at the top of the hives, you got room up here. and it goes all the way around. That way it's kind of like an attic area. Got vents in top to let out excess heat, and has room to put that 1 quart feeding jar.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice hive. Pretty nice. One day I'll be able to, when I got as many toys as Lee does, I'll be able to get to that level, step up to that next level.
I kind of fell into the deal with that hive. I forget, he done a hive for somebody, and I seen the video, and I just put a comment up there. Man, I would love to have a hive like that. It wouldn't but a few minutes. Ricky sent me a message back. He said, well, when do you want one? He said, I can build some, or I got one available that's already built right now. We heading that way. I'll deliver it to you. So he brought it from North Carolina all the way down to South Louisiana for me.
Well, he's talking about with rodents. Whenever your recommendation to somebody is, I would just light it on fire and burn it to the ground.
That was my comment.
That's, I don't know if you could see that.
Oh,
That's on a tote. There was so many rodents in that house. They're just on everything. And we're like, yeah, we need to tape this off and fumigate the whole thing. And
their feet are as bit messy as the bees are. They leave tracks everywhere.
Well, that brown around the edge is actually the grease from the rodents. They have an oil, so when they poop and pee on everything, so it's like, ugh, gross. But you go in there, and they called and they said, when they tell you might want to wear a ventilator when you go into the house, and they had people that were sitting in a chair, and the mice would run across their feet when they're sitting there.
That's crazy.
You got problems. And
I usually go to get my bill signed, and they're running across the table. I'm like, no.
And roaches, and and most of it, to be honest with you, the people that I've witnessed that have had really, really bad problems are elderly people that just can't keep up with everything anymore. There's my cat decided to get up on Marilyn's face, and
he's trying to get up with Mike here.
Trying to
Bob,
Mike.
Have you got to the point where you start to disrobe outside and leave your clothes outside because you're afraid to bring them in?
Now, my boss has been doing it for like 40 years, right? And he walked in, and we had masks on, and he got a whiff of the place, turned around and walked out. He said, I've seen enough. I know all I need to know. He said, but you can go do the inspection if you want to go back in there. So I went in and took those shots to show him. He's like, he was gagging. He's like, I just burned it to the ground. I can't go in, and it's going to cost them $8,000 to treat that house. And they whipped out the credit card. Here you go. Let's get it done. So, and
there's some guys that have a washing machine in their garage, and they don't even take the clothes in the house with them. They don't want to bring any of that inside.
And we're getting a lot of like bed bug calls and stuff like that right now. People, getting bed bugs, and that it's hard to get rid of because bed bugs are like hitchhikers, right? So if you have bed bugs and you lay in your bed, they're going to get on your clothes. They're going to get on you. You're going to go and sit on your couch. Then you got them on your couch. Then you're going to get up and go to your car to go to the store, and you're going to put them in your car.
That's what I was going to say. You could treat the house, but then if you get back in your car and come right back in your home, there it is again.
So even if you didn't have them and you had somebody come over that did have them, they can bring them into your house. I mean, you go into a house and you got on a mask and you got on rubber gloves and you're like, man, and you see roaches climbing and it's like, man, I hope this thing don't drop on me and I squeal like a little girl. It's pretty intense in some of those houses. It's like you just want to get the hell out of there, but you got to do it. And
he's going to bring out
shake your pant legs.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Bring you one of them.
So they're getting treatments that have to do these houses that basically suffocates everything inside of them. You just tape them off. You can tent them if you got the room, but you just tape and seal everything off, and they pump this gas in that just takes all the oxygen out of the air and just suffocates everything. The good thing is it kills everything. Bed bugs, roaches, fleas, mice, everything. If you got a goldfish, it's dead. They're dead. and glad I don't have to go in there. They're going to have to wear oxygen tanks when they go into this place to treat it. It's going to be bad. So, but
you got to have a guy manning the door so nobody goes in by mistake, right?
24 hours. They got a guy sitting there. Nope, can't go in. If you forget it in there, it's just in there. You're going to have to get rid of it. Go buy you another one, Oh, Vican, Vikan. Yeah,
I got a request for you.
Oh, my wife makes me do it when I come in the house. Get in the shower. Don't lay down. Don't sit down. Just go get in the shower.
That's like my work clothes. I mean, I don't get dirty at work. I'm sitting in a crane or a track hoe or something like that all the time. So, but just from being in the plants, we don't wash any of my clothes with anything else. My work clothes get washed by themselves.
Well, the good thing is, Lee, I've got a never-ending supply of that gel you use, that roach gel.
Talking about this?
Yep. Advion. Yep. I got a never-ending supply of that.
I bought like 4 tubes of it and hadn't used it yet.
Those granules that you sprinkle underneath the colony, I got plenty of that.
I got to buy more. I was actually looking in my storage for that earlier. I found an ant pile outside and was going to put some on it, and I'm out.
So, but the beauty of it is I'm the only beekeeper. So if they get a call to remove bees, the company doesn't remove bees, but I do. So they're going to give me the call to go get the bees. So
that's how I got my one trap out I did this year from my past employer. I just heard you guys talk about it, and I said I gave him a call, and he's like, all right. I was like, oh, shoot.
Yeah, just go get them, man. That's it. So, but yeah, it's been a interesting week. Had a good week at work. It's, obviously I haven't worked in like 7 months, right? So, or 6 or 7 months. So it's like getting in the routine of getting up and doing all that stuff. I think it was April when I stopped working at iHeart, and
it was around April because when we first started doing the lives, you could only do them at certain times,
right?
Because of work, and then right after that, you quit.
And the money ran out, and the beekeeping season was over, so it's time to get back. But you know what? I love the job. If I would have found it 30 years ago, that's what I would have been doing the whole time. I mean, it's Monday through Friday. I'm usually heading towards the house by 4 or 4:30. I'm driving a company truck. Don't have to worry about all that. I'm off on the weekends. So, what? There's nothing not to like about it. It's just gross when you go into people's house. Because let's face it, everybody, if you got a bug problem, what's the first thing you're doing? Going to Walmart or Lowe's or somewhere to pick up stuff to spray, right? You're going to try to do it. But like this old man from the other day with the real bad roaches, he'd been spraying them for a year and still couldn't get them under control because it'll kill the big ones that are running out, but you still got that nest somewhere that they're procreating. And, and so it just gets out of control. And
you guys still allowed to do termites, like a full treatment of the whole house, or you guys do that spot?
We drill the frames or the support beams underneath and everything. We drill it out.
Because there's some places now we're not allowed to do full treatments anymore. They want you to do spots only where it's active, and then
they'll treat the whole house here.
Yeah.
Well, the whole house, underneath with the pillars and the
that became illegal around here.
And so it's very interesting to say the least. I'm still learning a lot. And, I've been going through, it's funny because they'll give you something on roaches and I automatically, some things I read go back to like bees, right? Like the cycle, the brood cycle and all that. So that's,
what's Avion?
Advion.
What is that?
That's that roach bait stuff. And so, it's really kind of interesting from that aspect. But the difference is, all female roaches will lay eggs. but there's only one female queen that's laying eggs, right? So they multiply much, much faster. And if you're not on the spot as far as like cleaning up after you cook, you fry something, you got grease all over the stove, it's really kind of, well, it's not amazing, but it's interesting that someone calls you, they've got this crazy bug problem, and you go out there and it's like you got roaches everywhere, and it's like we just can't get rid of the roaches. Well, have you tried cleaning the grease off the stove? That open bacon you got sitting on the counter, have you tried putting that up?
The basics.
Yeah, it's like start there. Start with cleaning to take their food supply away, and then treating will help. But they don't change anything about what they're doing. But then you spray, and it's like, well, we still have roaches. Y'all ain't doing a good job. We're doing a great job. You're not doing your part, and stop and break the cycle. That they don't have anything to eat, they're going to go away.
Yeah, I got used to spraying the same crap all the time. It's like, yep, I sprayed that puddle last time, and that pile of food, and that Lego dirt.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but people will call you when they have just had enough and they want to get rid of it, and
they call it pest control because you don't stop it.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, we even got these pheromone traps. Like, when you're talking about pheromones, like queen pheromones, we got a roach pheromone. And what it does is it stops the queen, or not the queen, it stops the bees. Oh my God. Stops the roaches from maturing, and they can't shed their exoskeleton to grow. So they never mature to be able to mate. And then by that time, they've walked through like one of the barriers we sprayed or something and die. But yeah, it's definitely a unique thing. And then you start looking at the rodents and the rats, and next week we're going to be talking about the termites. It's the whole thing, sections and sections of stuff that I'm picking up. So it's interesting, but it's it seems to pay pretty well too, so can't complain about that. Lee, you give Bob too much mead? Yeah, he did.
That's what I was about to ask you a minute ago. Did you get into the mead?
No, it's still sitting over there. I was thinking I was going to grab a glass if you poured a glass, but I haven't seen you pour one.
I've already finished one.
That's a shot glass.
Here, I'll pour some more.
Yours is clear. I got the blueberry over here, and mine's warm. Is yours warm too? Well, you got the cubes.
Yeah, I got the.
All right. Well, you entertain, and I'll grab a glass.
That's my newest one I made. As aged on the medium toast French oak. Getting fancy. Now, to me, it gives it more of like almost a mild bourbon taste because of the oak in it.
Is that oak chips?
Yeah. Well, it's little oak blocks that I cut into about 4 or 5 pieces and drop in. That way it's more surface area. Granules. Let me pull those granules up, Jesse.
So
I get them at Home Depot.
Last week, my son got married, and they were giving away these to everybody that went to the wedding. Little mason jar glasses. So we're gonna get countrified here with the mason jar. And the industrial strength mead jug.
Would that happen to be Daisy's mead?
From Daisy's Honey. Pineapple honey moonshine.
Daisy's mead.
I got a cold one in the. Wow, can I even get the damn thing open? I got a cold one in the refrigerator, but I don't feel like popping the cork out.
There you go. There you go, Jesse. That's the one I buy from Home Depot. It's Spectracide, Triazide.
Hey, I got called for a unique bug that I had never heard of. It's called a mole cricket. Have you guys heard of mole crickets?
Not that I know of.
They actually burrow like a mole. It looks like moles. They're weird looking.
Okay, yeah, I've seen them before. I know what you're talking about now.
Ooh.
Now that's a glass of mead. I don't know what you're dealing up over there.
Yeah, but how strong is his mead?
Well, if we go through enough of this, you'll find out pretty soon.
This is about 12% here.
I don't know, but I can taste the alcohol taste in it. So
I think he uses the same flavoring in his mead that he does on the flavored honeys also.
I think so, yeah.
That's what it tastes like to me. It's pretty good, though.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. He went to England. I know that. He might be on his trip still. So, Charlie, what you got over there? Oh, your son got married last Saturday too? Cool. We got marriage twins. The
What's Bourbon?
Bourbon.
Oh, bourbon. Okay.
Bourbon. I haven't.
I hadn't tried that.
What does that do, Lisa?
I figure it's going to pull some of the honey out that may have been left in the wax cappings. I'm just guessing.
Oh, so Spanky uses his mead to make ribs.
That sounds pretty good.
Keeps them from drying out. Well, a lot of people cook with wine, so I guess it wouldn't be much different than cooking with some wine.
Yeah. That's how I got a 5-gallon jug back there going, and then I got a 1 gallon next to it that's pretty much finished of hibiscus mead.
We've done ran him to drink, Charlie, because he wasn't drinking when we started this show. And now he's producing, drinking.
This is my hibiscus mead here.
Yeah, I would like. See, he's going to have. Are you keeping? I know. Watch. I can already predict this, and I haven't asked him.
Traditional.
So, are you keeping one bottle like of the year? Yeah, I've got some.
That's why I got the year on the top.
I got some 10-year-old mead in there that's bottled up that I've been having sitting on its side to keep the cork moisturized.
Let me grab something. I'll show you.
Okay, bourbon pulls the honey and the flavors. Let me see. Bourbon pulls the honey and flavors the bourbon. Strain off the wax after a couple of days. Okay. So that's like honey jack almost, or something like that. Might have to try that.
So that's better than just the honey.
Now, this I'm going to be very careful with. If it'll focus. That's a 1970 Chateau Beaumont. Now, I bought this 12 years ago, probably. I paid $300, $350 for it 12 years ago. I looked that bottle up just here a while back. $1,300 is what it's valued at now. I think I made a good investment.
You know what the next words I'd be hearing is sold. Sold.
I thought he was going to pop the lid.
Ooh, I don't know. I still hadn't found an event or anything that I want to pop it for.
It'd have been my luck. I would have dropped it.
400 subscribers.
How many subs are you away from your giveaway?
Oh, still quite a ways. I'm at, I believe it's like 309. Yeah, I'm at 309 right now. Now at 500, I'm going to give away one of the Guardian Bee jackets.
Matter of fact, I talked to him yesterday. Guardian Bee jackets. And I'm working on getting Guardian Bee jackets on the website. Slowly building, trying to build products up.
I like my Guardians.
Oh, and for your information, I told him directly to his own ear he needed to put Velcro on the bottom pockets. So I talked right to him.
I don't know what I've done with my box of Velcro for you, but I still hadn't mailed it.
And then, the zipper problem I had, that was not only me, by the way. That was a flaw that he got a batch that was like that. Okay. So, and he says he's having a hard time with his supply chain, getting as many, like he says, it doesn't matter how much he orders, he can't keep them in stock. and they're going.
So are they made here, or are they really made someplace else overseas?
They're made overseas, but he's trying to get somebody here in the States to make them. And
Hey,
said,
Bob, you gotta get a sewing machine now.
No, that's beyond my scope of practice.
I've got a couple of them.
No interest in sewing all day long like a sweatshop. But he said he did talk to some people in the States about making it. One company was, no, not going to do it. The other company, for the price that he would have had to pay them for the suits in America or the jackets in the States, was about what he was selling them for. And it was like, well, then what's the point at that point?
Everything costs so much here now.
Well, yeah, I mean, if that's the case, you know, and that's with anything. I don't mind if something's made overseas, but if you're trying to work your way around the phrase that, you know, hey, made in China, by saying stuff like assembled in the USA and stuff like that, just say,
Like a
man,
Ford truck.
in everything's like that. You know, Hondas are made in Ohio, and you know, Fords get engines from Canada, and you know, so it's like everybody is doing it. You know, so I think it's come to be expected, right? That when you buy something, hey Tim, it's to be expected if you get something. Yeah, if it's quality, I don't care where it's made. If it's going to hold up.
I mean, if I got a choice between something made in America and something made overseas that's the same quality, depending on the price, yeah, I'm going to want to try to go with the U.S. made. But I mean, hey, sometimes that bottom line talks more.
Yeah, just
some of that stuff in Canada has a better, higher grade than our UL label. It's a better quality.
Speaking of Canada, did you guys know Apis Biologics is made in Canada? You brought it up. I didn't. There you go.
Here you go, Bob. I'm dropping just for you.
There you go. Apis Biologics. So, do I make money on it? Absolutely. I'm 100% transparent. If you buy Apis Biologics from me, I'm making some money.
So what's the big difference between the honey stuff, the sugar water, and the fondant mix for the Apis?
Okay, so one is designed to go with the pollen, right? So it's what's found in pollen. And the one for the sugar water is what's found in nectar. So it's two different items, right? That's why they harvest two different items. So that's why there's two different products for it. So yeah, I'm the same way, DC. You know, I bought a Lysin extractor. It's not made in the States. It's made in Poland. And the American-made stuff is a lot more expensive. Ask Charlie. He buys the American-made Maxant. High dollar. Can't get the products. Wait a year.
Wait a year.
Yeah, I'm just saying. He waited a long time to get it.
I was lucky when I bought my Maxant bottling tank. I mean, it was in stock whenever I went online.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't know if you can see it here.
I finally got it. It works nice.
It's on the back
Hey,
wall.
Bob, you got to start importing the Maxants then.
Oh, well, they're made in where? New York?
They got a couple of different locations on their website that supplies.
New Hampshire, I believe.
New Hampshire. So the with Maxant, yeah, I don't have a problem. But see, the thing is with those high dollar things, I can't even like stuff that I want to add to the website. They want you to order pallets at a time. First of all, I don't have room for pallets or money for pallets of stuff.
That old timer has an empty lot.
Another.
The old timer next door has an empty lot.
Yeah, he does, but I would have to put a building up.
I'm seeing Maxant says Massachusetts.
All right.
I thought they
Somebody wants the website for Apis Biologic.
Make sure my eyes aren't failing me. Oh, not.com. Doggone it. That's wrong.
You want that, Bob? Because I've already got it programmed
it's
in.
CO, Bob. CO.
I just dropped it, Bob.
.co. It's just habit.
I just dropped it in. I got it saved on stream.
Now it's spam. We're going to get rejected from our own website.
Now, what's the difference between CO and COM?
A lot of money.
$2,700. Because
Is it a different company that makes the site, or?
So when I went to go buy the bewares.com, they wanted $2,700 for the domain name, but .co was $1 for the first year. So I'm like, I don't care about that $26.99 worth, you know. So yeah, Lee's got it for sure. So yeah, there's a lot of children in China that need work, Hale says. You're wrong for that, Paul. You're wrong. But yeah, so that's the you know, I would love to add products, but when you have to order, you know, do I really need a pallet of Premier products? Probably
Yes.
not for my
Yes.
utilization, right? So technically, I could put Acorn products on my website. I've got a few cases of Acorn outside that I could sell, you know, my own product out there, my own stock, and just buy some more. And you know, but it's like I want something that I can guarantee that I can re-get and stuff like that. So it's kind of like this time of year, I'm not going to order a pallet of anything to sit out there until spring for people to order, you know.
Can't you just have them delivered right from the factory?
Yeah, I wish. They don't want to ship to my customers, right? So
I'd say that'd be more of a drop shipping, but then it would be coming from Canada and you'd have to wait. The way Bob's trying to do it, I believe he's keeping a certain amount in stock. That way, if somebody in the US orders it, it'll go out the very next day and you don't have to wait on customs at the border.
exactly. So to give you an idea, the last order that I made, and I still had some, but I ordered $1,200 more worth of product, and I had to wait on Expedited, which I paid extra shipping, 10 days to get. So it can be ordered from me or Bewares. When I say me, it's Bewares, right? So when it goes out, you can get it this week coming up instead of waiting 10 days. And it's sitting in New York or in customs to come in. So it's not bad. Not
You're gonna start doing YouTube advertising with keywords and stuff like that?
I haven't run any advertising other than talking about it on the streams. And you know, some people don't like that, and I understand, but you know, if you guys saw how much, well, I can show you how much Apis I got. Hold on.
And the way I look at it, I mean, I think just I'm guesstimating what Bob's saying. If you're trying to do a business, every now and then you're going to have to throw a plug in there. Because, I mean, other than that, how are you going to sell a product that you're looking to get rid of?
Yeah, like the flow hives, we get commercials from them on YouTube all the time when you watch a video. You need an order again.
Oh, this is full. This is real full of the control, which I was running out of. This is $1,200 of product in here, and then this. That one, that's why I reordered, because that one's a little light. But
And they got a clear window in the back of the bag?
no, I just had a baggie. I was trying to separate the small ones from the big ones.
I thought Hillbilly had a clear back on one of his. Maybe it was a demo.
Yeah, he made that himself.
Oh, special.
Trying to run through the comments here, make sure we're not missing anything.
Which that was just kind of a display thing. That's not a company. That's not an Apis Biologics sponsored product. You know, it is the product, but that's not an official thing. So
It's just shame you're not doing any more of those school training sessions. Can't get to the kids.
just don't ask Earl about it unless you have an hour to spare. So yeah, Earl's passionate about it. I'm passionate about it too. I could talk an hour about it as well, but that's not what I'm here to do tonight. I'm just doing some little plugs. And if you know, I'm more focused right now, honestly, guys, on getting stores that are interested in carrying it, and there's a mathematical reason behind it. Yes, if I sell it individually, like if Galloway, if you buy some, Frank, if you buy some from me, then I get a higher percentage, right? But that's one sale. If I sell it to a store, every single person that buys, I'm making 20%. So it's like, and I'm not selling it, they're selling it. So it's like, it just works out better. So it's just a numbers game. It's like any business, they're a startup, they're a newer business. Nobody in the States had it. So we took the opportunity to get involved with it. And, it's not like anybody else. You watch the stream team. You can't go on the stream team without hearing about LaRobbie's, and you can't hear Hilco and Hive Alive. You don't think they're doing all that for free, do you? I'm not a rocket scientist, but there's no need to keep beating that horse if they're not, if there's no benefit in it.
He's not a rocket scientist, but he sells rocket fuel.
Right. There you go. That's the great thing. I'm not a rocket scientist, but I sell rocket fuel.
Hey, I do it for free.
Yeah. Well, and that's the whole thing. Everything that we've talked about on here, even when we were doing giveaways from Blythewood Bees, we didn't make anything off of that. It's not like
I did. I got a feeder.
You got a feeder, and they made some because you ordered 2 more feeders, but I didn't get any kickback or anything from the company. I didn't get any extra discount, for myself or anything like that. And so, I've never had that. The only things that I've made money on, other than like super chats and stuff like that come in, has been t-shirts, right? We've been pretty open about that. Apis Biologics, I'm honest about that. I make money on that, and that's it.
Laser printing.
Do what?
Laser printing.
Laser printing. Yep, the laser printing, which I haven't done any lately. I've other than the Hive tools that I sent out to B-Bum last week or 2 weeks ago. That's it. But you
haven't done any like advertising with YouTube's like keywords and that kind of thing.
Nope, haven't put anything in that.
There's search engines.
I need to, but haven't done.
I just figured you're one of the savvy guys that probably knows all the ins and outs of that stuff.
No, I'm a YouTuber. I YouTube things.
I was about to say that's the only thing with YouTube. As soon as you figure out their way of doing things, they change it.
Yeah, there's a guy that does heating and air conditioning advertising, and you basically hire him to try and figure that stuff out all the time because it's constantly changing. What words are popular? What's the new phrase of the day? And how do you put that into your ad? And
right, yeah. It's a whole thing, right?
Yeah.
No, not really. You don't see Phil on the stream anymore, right? Since we were talking about Apis, he kind of left off one stream, and we haven't seen him back in a live stream, and he was on every time. And but it is what it is, man. We got to all make a living, and I'm not trying to get rich. We're not getting rich selling Apis Biologics at this point.
You're just trying to help people.
Yeah, well, there is a saying, help those who help themselves.
Yeah.
So, it's not like, Phil is Phil. That's true. But it's not like, there's a million different products out there, right? And some people use them. Some people like to use them. Some people don't. Nobody's making you order anything. Nobody's making you do anything. Just you're going to hear about it. That's it. Some people make a lot of money off of ads and stuff on YouTube. This channel don't do it. My channel don't do it. Don't make money like that. And everybody, Bob, you need to be Bob and follow Bob's path. Exactly. That's how I feel. Like the whole series I started this year was about Beekenomics, right? Started Beekenomics on how I'm trying to grow the business and flip honey and flip queens and flip, to make money to be prosperous. And
I know you're getting a little confused with Bitcoin and bees.
oh, Bitcoin's taking an ass whooping right now. So,
But like you was talking about earlier, bees, I mean, that's an expensive hobby. So you got to find any way you can really to pay for some things sometimes.
Yeah, I'm just sinking money into mine. I just
Yeah.
spent like $50 in sugar the other day.
That ain't
yeah,
bad.
that's exactly what this channel's about. Is, we hang out and we ask questions, we talk about stuff. It's not always about bees. Most of the time it's about bees, but we get off on YouTube and bug killing and rat killing and
T-shirt designs and lasers.
and meat and everything.
Blue lights behind you.
And so we just
There ain't no blue lights behind me. They're red.
but for me it's more about, this is social time, right? It's just guys hanging out, people hanging out, talking about bees and stuff. Once in a while we'll have an Ian Stepler on, or a Dirt Rooster, or a Mr. Ed, but we don't go out and chase those guys to bring them in and stuff, because we like what we got here. Is it a production? I don't think so. It's more of just everybody hanging out, and not trying to trash anybody or this is about
I have to admit, trashing is fun sometimes.
No, I don't get down with that, because I feel like we're all going to make mistakes. We're all going to do things. So,
And everybody has their own way of doing stuff too. And I mean, I'm not going to say anything bad about how one person does it versus another person. I mean, if that's how they want to do it, that's their way. I do things my way. So, I mean, I respect somebody else's decision to do it their way.
You know what I really like about this chat in this group is that that if I've got a problem, which I have problems with bees and stuff too. I don't know everything. I don't pretend to know everything. I know I'll never know everything, but I can pick up the phone and I can call Charlie and be like, "Hey, Charlie, this is what I got. What would you do? What do you think I should do?" And Charlie will say, "Well, now this is my best Charlie invitation. Well, I'd probably go ahead and put him in a 5/5 nuke, and then, well, anyway, Bob, and we can have that conversation." Or I can call Lee up and say, "Hey, Lee, what would you do?" Or Tim, and so we just hang out and enjoy each other, and it gives us a little network of people to. Yeah, I enjoyed the stream team too. I mean, I enjoy them all. It's just
Yeah, I was texting Brian earlier today.
Yeah, I talked to him earlier in the week. I mean, it's just a bunch of guys and gals. Sorry, I keep saying that have a mutual interest, and and anybody can come in, guys. The link's been up for an hour and a half. I mean, or an hour and 45 minutes. Anybody can join in. It don't matter if you got no bees, 1 bee, 10 colonies, 1,000 colonies. We don't care.
And just in case you don't see that link pinned to the top of the comments, there it is again at the bottom of the comments.
And we welcome anybody, even people that don't necessarily like us. They were welcome here at one time. And your buddy, the other guy that you were hanging out on his stream, Frank. That's all I'm saying about that.
Yeah, Tim. I mean, you might have a way of doing things that's better than what I do, and I can learn from you, and vice versa.
Right. I talked to Tim today too. It's like it's a good thing. I mean, there's people. I don't know how many people from the chat, but I've had several people that have watched our stream and then have come over by my house. Greg Burns has been here. Bugman 1966. Dennis Lentz has been here. I had some other people down the road that saw me on YouTube have been here and went through colonies with me. So it's we're just hanging out, talking about bees, chatting about what you guys want to chat in the box. We try to answer as many as we can, or that we see when we're not, getting wasted on mead. But But the main thing is it's a fellowship time, you know. I mean, we don't get overwhelmed with super chats. I mean, have we got a super chat tonight? No, not one. So it's like, you know, what?
Hey, no giveaways either.
Yep. No. Well, no giveaways. Nobody is up in any product. You know, I don't. No sponsors. And so it's just like, you know, it is what it is. So when you look at YouTube and everybody's going for this golden goal of 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours to get monetized, and I haven't gotten a payout from YouTube in like 2 months, and I've had it for a long time, right? So it's like,
Why is that? Why is that? Because of advertising or what?
no, you got to, yeah, with the advertising, you got to have at least, you've got to have at least $100 worth of money, right, from the advertising dollars to get paid out. So if you got 1,000 and you're not getting the super chats and the subscriptions and people doing the super chats are the biggest thing that would bump you over.
You say super chats, meaning
Right. So like we're doing this now, there's a $sign at the bottom of my chat box on my YouTube channel. Someone can click that and tip like $5, $10, whatever, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter. But they can do that, you know, like when you watch the stream team and you see $10 over there and $20 and stuff coming in that they could donate to the chat. But we don't get a lot of those. I mean, once in a while we'll get some and it's appreciated, but it's not like an everyday thing. Like you watch Cayman Reynolds chat and he's on there for 2 hours and makes $500 like that. People dropping him $100 here. And it's like, no shit. No wonder, you know, no wonder you can do a live video every couple of weeks and make $1,000 a month and not, you know, not worry about, not about that, you know, about any.
Where's that money come from? They're like their YouTube fund or something?
No. So people, like if you were doing a super chat, that would come out of your bank account, right? You would pay $10 and it would go, but you don't get it immediately. You still have to get over that $100 before they pay it out to you. Yep. So it just because you get monetized don't mean you're going to make like.
Does anybody in the comments like these Hive tools or want one of these Hive tools?
See, Frank's big mouth getting us in trouble again, sending out free stuff.
This is the first time I'm trying it this way, so y'all gonna have to forgive me. But if y'all want one of these Hive tools, in the comments, put #Hive tool, and we'll figure out who's gonna get a Hive tool tonight.
Now, is it gonna be a wheel or a list?
It's kind of the way the stream team's doing it now. It's through StreamYard itself.
Hold on, I'm gonna win this #Hive tool. I've got one, but I just want to try to win it anyway. I'm pulling a whiz and hunt. I want 5 Hive tools and no bees.
You can never have enough Hive tools. You lose them all the time.
I don't. I leave them right on my colony. So every time I go out, they're right there.
Y'all keep on adding them in, and I'll pull it up in a minute. I'll just have Amazon send it straight to you. That way.
See, that's something we learned. That's like a giveaway hack.
Mm-hmm.
So
I was ordering these Hive tools, multiple of them, and then I'd turn around and ship them out. Well, yeah, I get free shipping from Amazon because I have Prime, but then I'd have to pay to actually ship it out myself when I can have Amazon just drop ship it to you. You get it faster, and there's no more shipping involved.
That's how I thought Bob should do his store, though. Just get off Amazon and just charge an extra $1, just do volume.
Well, some of the stuff with Amazon like that, though, you have to send a certain amount of product into them for them to have in stock. They charge you every month for a storage fee for any products they're holding.
And a percentage of the bill.
But you don't have to buy that warehouse, Bob.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't have the money to stock a bunch of stuff. That's the other part. You know, maybe one day I would love to have just a store, beekeeping store, and that's it, but I don't have the money to do such things. And you know what? We might up the ante after that. I'm feeling generous now. The meat's kicking in, baby. Let's go. We'll do the Tom Brady. Let's go.
We got 27 people watching, and we've got 18 entrants so far.
And we only got 19 thumbs up. That sucks.
So if
You
y'all
guys
want
can
to
do
have,
better than that. Hit the thumbs up button.
if y'all want to hive tool, hashtag hive tool in the comments.
I'm gonna up the game after this too, baby.
Hey, Wildwood's in there too.
Yep, I've seen Vince in there now.
Hey, Grayson.
There you
Now,
go.
is it the brother or is it the brother?
Oh, Paul, you too
Actually,
much,
I
man.
think that one was Grayson. I'm sorry, Vince had the adventures page.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate you, buddy.
Hale's Hive was saying that nobody knows where he lives.
He lives in Louisiana.
Yeah, he lives about 10 minutes from me. He's
See
in
what
Baton Rouge.
Brian does on YouTube? It gets you a super chat, a super sticker.
I think he just wanted visitors.
He just wanted his name up there and bright lights.
He heard that Bob's getting all these stars dropping by. He wants some.
All right, when are you gonna spin this thing?
Let's give him one more minute. Just make
One
sure.
more minute. Hashtag Hive Tool. Let's go. Let's get it.
We got 26 watching and only 19 entered so far.
And I'm entered, and I can't even win the thing. I just wanted to have him to respin. Man, is this stuff making me slur?
Yes.
Slur my speech already?
Your lips are starting to stick together.
Hey, did everybody see that video when Bob first got the mead from Mr. Steve from Daisy's Honey?
Oh, I drank most of that bottle, son. That
He was out in the yard feeling good that day.
drinking out of the bottle. It was at my house, so it's like I wasn't going to. Grammy, thank you. Yeah, James. Look, James has been a member for 5 months. Thank you, James. You like Happy Bob because we give away free stuff.
You're starting to sound like Hillbilly Bob. You're calling out names.
What's that proline? I'm all hopped up on proline.
All right, we ready to do this draw?
Wow, it's Vincent Brooks and Grayson. See, you guys should have been watching from 3 different channels, and you could have entered 3 times. It would have upped your odds to get a free Hive tool. But don't worry. We're good. You ready to do this? We got 25 thumbs up now. Whoop, whoop, and only 24 watching. Let's go.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and hit this draw button and see who wins.
Where's
the sparklies?
It comes up when the name.
After the winner. And the winner is... Oh, look at that. Danette. Let's go. That's what's up.
I'm going to drop my email in the comments here, Miss Danette. Send me an email with your YouTube name, your real name, and your address, all your contact information, and I'll have that shipped out to you tomorrow.
All right, check this out. So now we're going to get a little more basic, but a little more sophisticated right now. Bam! Old school J-hook Hive tool. But I will laser engrave on this Hive tool your name or your apiary or whatever you want on it, as long as it fits in this top section as part of the giveaway. And I sell laser engraved for like $19.99 on the website, or regular for $9. But we'll give it away. Let's do it again. Hive tool or hashtag laser. Let's do hashtag laser.
That's the one I lost.
Charlie started typing. He wants it. He's going in for it.
That's the one I lost. I can't find that one.
Hashtag laser, everybody.
Now, Bob, when you engrave that, actually, in the impurities you said is what makes it darker,
No, I actually. So it'll come out. This is actually a little bit dark, but it'll come out something like this. I have to spray it with something first, and then
hard is it for that to stay on and you don't scratch it off?
Oh, that's in there, bro. It ain't coming off. Let me see. I got.
Wow.
Yeah, it's in there. So I mean, obviously, I just scratched the crap out of it, but
it's still there, though.
Yeah, it's still there. So we're gonna give it away now. Let's
you don't play the video this time.
Heck yeah, let's give it away. Free stuff, baby. And I'll laser it up tomorrow because the meat is talking right now. I might be giving out $100 bills before long.
I was about to say if he lasers tonight, it might be a little bit crooked.
It'll probably be a little bit crooked anyway, even if I wasn't drinking. And I'm a lightweight, guys. I had bariatric surgery years ago because I was almost 400 pounds. And so I had bariatric surgery. So my alcohol absorption is like much faster than everybody else's.
So you have to eat like a parrot.
Yeah. So the thing is that not only do I get drunk fast, so I'm a cheap date, but when I stop drinking, I also sober up faster. What's Charlie got? Diet Coke?
Yep.
Is it Coke Zero or just a regular old Diet Coke?
No, I can't do that Coke Zero junk. Diet Coke.
Good junk. Well, tell us how you really feel, Charlie. Don't hold anything back. See, he took my advice. See, I see Wildlife with Vince on there, and I see Wildwoods Honey Bee Farms. So yeah, see, up in the odds. That's what we're talking about. Let's go.
25 watching and 17 entrants so far.
Well, see, Danette just was like, hey, I got the high class tool now. I don't need a regular J hook. Who needs J hook? Who uses a J hook?
I do.
I use it too. That's
his favorite tool.
It's got a J hook on here.
I want to get some of those pocket magnet things that clip on your pocket where you can just stick the hive tool right to it. Maybe that's something I can try to find to put on the website.
Just throw
that would the guy up there, Paul Kelly up in Canada, has them things.
So, yep, it's just a regular made in China hive tool, like all the other ones. Made in China hive tool.
That's one I kind of been.
And man, this is all I use pretty much. I've got a smaller hive tool that I got from Bohemia Bees, and this one. But yeah, this is pretty much it.
I still got a couple of those, and I hadn't been any of them yet. Which I mean, I'm only using this one now, but when I was using them, I didn't have no problem.
And when you can't find the hammer or the hatchet, it works really good. Chopping down.
What part are you bending?
These are pretty stout.
What part bends, Charlie?
You get some of the cheaper ones, they'll bend.
Where at?
Right in the middle. They just thin, I guess.
You're kidding.
Mm-hmm. I had a box out there tonight. They was stuck glued so bad together. I said I need a hammer to even get the darn box
break
open.
It apart. All right, how many we got, Lee?
We had 17. It's holding right there. So I'm thinking everybody entered that wanted
Everybody in that wants in?
I give you 30 more seconds.
All right, then we're going to do another giveaway.
What are we doing after that?
Another shot of mead.
Yeah, Philmont says he throws a magnet in his pocket.
Yeah, I tried that, but you got to have the right magnet strength.
Get one of those rare earth ones that Home Depot has. You can't even get off the shelf without sucking everything else around you.
Dragging the shelf with you.
Yeah, it's like, what the heck?
All right, we ready to do this?
We're ready. Let's do it.
Go for it.
All right, let's spin.
Yeah, probably rip a hole in your pocket trying to get off your side.
Garrison from Vancouver. All right, so you got my email program too, right?
Yep. I'm dropping Bob's email. Send him information with your YouTube name, your real name, and all your contact information.
And if you can email me what you want on the Hive tool, would be great. But Garrison Beehives is kind of a long
How you
word.
tell 'em?
You can make it multiple lines if you have enough room, possibly.
Yeah, it'd be very small. It'd be hard to read, but it would go on there for sure.
You can't do the red handle?
Yeah, I probably could. It'd probably still do the red handle. And I'll do one more giveaway because I love you guys. Let me get it.
I was just say, Bob, are you shipping from China?
I was about to say, I bet you I know what he's going to get. I'm just guessing it's probably in one of those boxes that he just had in there a minute ago.
I want the whole box.
What'd you say? Probably what?
Dang it, what I tell you.
What'd you say?
I said I was just taking a guess. I bet it's something that was in one of those boxes he had in there.
You're correct, sir.
Frank said he
I
wanted
just want
the
the
whole
box.
Dude, you know how much that box costs? Holy crap. Just
No,
dealer
the box is cheap. What's inside it costs the money. No.
Yeah, the dealer cost on that is insane. So bioactivator goes with
So
your
that's
pollen
for
sub
pollen,
for your
yeah.
pollen patties. I've got a 1 metric ton load of this in the back room. So this, what should we do? What is let's something cool that we could say. Hashtag what? Huh?
Witch's brew?
Witch's brew.
It's Halloween, right?
Hashtag.
pollen.
There you go. Hashtag. Well, that's a long hashtag bioactivator. Can we do that? That's long, right? Let's do hashtag let's go.
There you go.
Hashtag let's go.
Bob's really into it.
Yeah, I love it. I love giving stuff away.
Let me
I don't
bring
like
this up
paying
so
for it,
everybody
but I
can
like
see-
giving it away.
Let me bring it up so everybody can see exactly how it is.
Hashtag let's go. That's what we're going to do. It's all about, and I'm not a New England fan, but you know, the Tom Brady thing. I like that commercial when he's like, let's go. And we'll give people chance. If you we got 26 thumbs, 24 people watching. So man, I would, this is not rigged, it's random, but I would love for Grayson to win something. That would be awesome to me.
Well, you can do that. Just keep doing it until he gets it.
Just keep doing until he wins. No, you already won. You can't do it.
DC said he entered.
Sorry. Let's go, Brandon. So it'd be like,
Demonetized.
sorry, Bob, you're out of business. You're out of product. But hey, at least everybody's got some now. We could play the Van Halen song, Everybody Wants Some. I guess you got to be an 80s baby for that. 80s teenager.
I was about to say I was a baby in the 80s.
You was a baby in the 80s?
I was born in 78.
Yeah, you were a baby in the 80s. I was like elementary, almost middle schooler. Charlie was in like high school or college by then.
I didn't say that, Charlie.
Let's see. High school.
You were in
That
high
was
school in the
before
80s?
college.
80 what? What year did you graduate?
79.
I was a year old.
Christ, I was 9. I'm 52.
I'm 10 years older.
You don't look, well, now I know what I have to look forward to. You look good for your age.
Yeah, 100 hives and
The problem is,
pump the fuel.
like your social security age is like what, 65?
67.
About to say.
Oh, wow.
It
And I'm
was,
70.
I thought it was 66 and a half or 67.
Yeah, basically.
For the full thing, right? But you could like do an early retirement.
I guess.
You can go a little early, but you're gonna draw.
I mean,
check the
Frank
hole.
here, we were at the same party. You know,
All right, we holding at 17 entrants. Anybody else want in?
So let me see. Yep, I got plenty of bubble packs. I'm good to go, man. Let's go. Frank's having a good time. That's what we aim for.
Yeah.
I got
we
2
ready
phones.
to do this?
Yeah, man, do it.
Yeah.
Do it to it. All right, Daniel sent me his stuff.
Oh, you passed it. Back up. Oh.
Jeff Thomas. I think Jeff ordered some. So Jeff, just send me an email. I'll get that out to you on Monday. Lee had Similac breath in the 80s.
DC says you have a new name for your channel.
What's that?
Buzz Bob and Lee's funny.
Oh, guys, we're just having fun tonight.
Hey, Jeff, just make sure you got the info. Here's Bob's email address in the comments. Send him all your information.
And then, hey, Jeff, this is good for a 50-pound bag of pollen sub. So
that like 50 colonies.
Well, you can make 50 pounds of, you can mix this with 50 pounds of pollen and make pollen patties out of it. So, however, I mean,
how big's the average patty that you put in that
a pound
wax paper? About a pound.
Now mine, I've been using the baggies, like just sandwich bags, and I can put 3/4 of a pound in it. So,
is that like a sandwich bag?
Yes. So what I found personally, and a few people have taken the advice and tried it, and I think they're finding the same thing, that you can take the sandwich bag and just score the bottom of it, and then the beetles have a hard time getting to it, and it really limits them. And if they do get in it, then they're stuck in the plastic and can't get out, and you can just take the whole baggie out with the larva in it.
Did you try the peppermint on it also yet or no?
I just dropped my email address in the comments. It's kodiakfarm@yahoo.com.
Bob's internet died.
Oh, I'm back. I saw everybody went black and started spinning. I'm like, shoot, did my internet die?
Yes. Hey, Bob, did you ever try the peppermint crushed in there?
No, I haven't made the pollen patties with the peppermint in it with this. But that'll be the next thing, I'm sure.
And have the beetles still eat that with the additive?
Yeah, so this
because I know the mice eat it, but Charlie already told us that.
The mice eat the bag, yep. 1 out of 25 odds. That's why I don't play the lottery. That's true, man.
Actually, it's what out of 23 because me and you have it pulled up on the side.
You know, most of you guys have already pre-ordered the product, but just for you guys, because you're hanging out with us and I'm buzzing, let me give I'll give a special discount code tonight. Let me add a discount code.
Does that work on Hillbillies Live?
Do what?
Does that work on Hillbillies channel too, or
you know, this just works through the website, so I don't know if
because he's got his own Hillbillies.
Yeah, no, they're totally separate. Totally.
So
separate.
this is.
So let's use
big cartel then.
Let's use Apis.
Buzzin' Bob.
And hey, I'll do it. Don't mess with me. That's what I'll make it. 10% off live stream code.
I was about to say,
You have to spell all that out.
And no, it's going to be Apis 10, but let me save it.
Okay.
And it'll be what the hell? Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. What the hell? Hold on.
50%. Yo, 50%.
He threw an extra 0 in there on the 10, so I think it was 100%.
Starting now, expiring on. We're gonna do this. It's gonna be like real quick, guys. Today's the what day is today? Today is the 14th.
15th.
No, today's the 15th. What time is it? 10:30. We'll make this good through Saturday the 15th at midnight. So
Midnight tonight.
let's say expiration must be in the future. It isn't. Oh,
Because you got it today.
Hey,
okay. So I'll make it the 16th at 12 p.m. Save. There you go.
So it's just Apis 10, correct?
Apis 10.
And what's your credit card number, Bob?
What'd you say? I didn't hear that. Hold on, my wife wants me to get her something.
You need a cigarettes, Bob?
My wife wants cigarettes.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
She's got any short pack of cigarettes left.
Oh,
The long pack it is.
did you look?
Yes, I looked.
Hey,
I'm live.
hey,
I'm live. Go away.
look at me.
gotta give her a hug and kiss.
There you go. Blew it to her.
There are short cigarettes in there.
All right.
You're in trouble, Bob.
Please.
There are no.
Stop being cheap and give her the good ones.
Okay.
One.
Yeah, told you. Hey.
All right.
Don't do business and be tipping it back.
Don't be business and tipping it back, she says. You're losing money, Bob. You're losing money. Bob needs to buzz more often. There you go. Give it away. Give it away. Give it away now. Let's go.
We
So-
send you med, you send us jet fuel.
That's it.
Rocket fuel.
Rocket fuel. Well, we could call this jet fuel. The activator is jet fuel. The rocket fuel.
There you go.
Look at JNDSBs. I almost spit it out. So, I got to watch out because Silver Gorilla and order like a metric ton of it and take advantage of the discount code and take a huge discount.
How far back order would you be from that?
If it gets to be too big of an order, I'd have it drop shipped from Canada. Airlifted in. It's all good. We have product. We will ship. So, all right. So I got Jeff's information. I got Daniel's information. So I'm good on the information stream. Now I'm just waiting on the emails that say, yes, we use your code. We use your code. Look, 10% off, guys. I got to make something. Come on. You're going to run me out of business because I have to ship this crap in from Canada.
Now
Well, we had to listen to you for 2 hours.
I got Danette's information here too for the Hive tool.
And look,
Uh-oh.
I got Silver Gorilla honey. Silver Gorilla honey.
What's it taste like?
I'm gonna have to build a shelf or something because I'm starting to get
It's
a
like Silver
a
Gorilla.
collection.
I haven't opened it yet, so I'll open it now and taste some Texas honey.
Garrison, I'm dropping the website in the link now. Or
How's that guy doing? Is collecting the honey from every state. How's he doing?
Jared?
That's Jared.
Has he gotten close to 50 states yet?
I don't know how many he's got yet. I
I'll
know he
see.
started collecting a few. He's got mine.
That's
I'm,
really
I'm
good.
planning to see him next week. I'm going down to where he lives.
Hey, Silver Gorilla, what do you know what this is off of? Or is it just
Flowers.
wildflowers? That's really good.
Do they have flowers in Texas?
The yellow rose of Texas, I know that much.
Mm. Well, I goes up in the Panhandle. They didn't have much of anything up there.
You can go ahead and send him some too, Paul. I'm sure he'd like it.
Lee send him some from Louisiana. Yeah, see, it's kind of quirky because between Lee and I, like Lee doesn't own any of my t-shirts. I don't own any of Lee's t-shirts. We really haven't bought each other's products, right?
I hadn't got Bob's honey. He don't have my honey. And heck, we've been doing these lives for what, 7 months now?
Yep.
Since March the 10th.
Clover vetch mix. Okay. And
So Charlie, you saying Mexico is pretty hard to grow honey in?
No, I was up in Texas where it's in the panhandle part of the Texas, which is, to me, it looks, I mean, this has been years ago, desert looking type of
so
area.
wouldn't they have like cactus honey? This cactus makes honey, right? No, I'm serious. The flowers that are on cacti, don't they?
I'll say
That's
something.
like one flower. The bee would have to travel 100 miles, wouldn't he?
Is that a red clover or a white clover or
I don't know. I'm not
mesquite?
Bob Binney. I can't like taste it and be like, oh
Mesquite? That'd be tumbleweed. What it is?
Tumbleweed.
I think that's what it is. Mesquite tumbleweed.
But that's a good honey.
I've got to see one tumbleweed in my life coming through West Texas.
So, Ed, do you have a website where people can order your honey? I like it. My wife grabbed Jason from Bohemia Bees honey that he sent me.
She grabbed her, Jason.
She took the honey that Jason sent me, and she's been using it, and it's like mostly gone already. She's just blasted through it really quick.
Yeah, I got some of that. Yeah, I think Frank, you got some, didn't you?
Yeah. I've been eating more honey lately than I've ever done.
Oh man, you guys are great. You
you
guys get better friends to me the more I drink. Is that supposed to be the case?
We get him another glass. He gonna finish giving that box away.
Another glass, I'm gonna be like Charlie on our regular Tuesday night when he's like falling asleep in the chair.
Hey Charlie, your honey was down like 16%. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
I was just seeing if my what do they call it? Micrometer or whatever is the same as yours.
No, it's a refractometer.
Yeah. That's what mine was reading, is 16% on yours. I was like, whoa, that's like thick.
Mine was 16.
No, that's what you want. You want 16%.
I'll say that's probably about average of what
16 to 17 is what I want. If it's, there's some guys I forget where it was at. I guess it was some comments on my videos about my homemade honey dryer. And, they said, 18, 18.5. Look, boy, might as well just swig it right out. Might as well swig it right out of the jug there like the hillbillies do.
About to tell Bob to wrap it around the finger over the back of his arm.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't tempt me.
Ouch.
Oh, now you got me big. I had to do it again.
But anyway, he was saying, why go through all that? I do it at 18%. And it's like, man, I said, you're right on the 18.5 that's the absolute limit. After that, it'll fermentate.
Well, I think the USDA says that grade A honey is 18.5% or less.
Yeah.
I pulled mine. It was 19%. I pulled everything that was runny and uncapped and everything.
Now, I had some this year, 2 boxes that I pulled, which was about 90 to 95% capped in both boxes, and I was getting 19.5.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the 2 buckets are still in my storage, and I've been out there several times, and the lid's not pushing up like it fermented, created pressure. I've popped the lid off, checked it again, getting the same reading, and no problem with it yet.
They haven't updated the standards for honey since 1985.
Honey doesn't change.
me see. Share screen. Since 1985.
So, Bob, if we use that jet fuel, the rocket fuel, to supplement our bee honey, could we make fake honey that way?
Well, if you're going to harvest the honey, the recommendation is to not be feeding anyway. The main goal for using this is to put weight on the colonies for the winter.
Yeah, but if we are like want to be like China and just like make fake honey, would that work?
Well, I guess people are doing it with straight sugar water. This just has more nutrients for the bees in it. So
It should be better for us then.
you would think, who knows? All I know is that it's got the nutrients that are in nectar. Outside of that, I can't attest to anything. Let me see. Grades.
Yeah, I like that comment there, James.
Making that funny honey.
I just figured as an entrepreneur that you are, that you'd figure a way to do it.
No, yeah, I'm pretty much, my philosophy is they're not going to uncap already capped honey, right? Like from the spring, and add this to it. It's not like they're going to uncap it. If it's good honey, they're not going to add this to it. But what this will do is help them when there is no feed out or no nectar for them to get. It'll give them a supplement. It'll give them the nutrition to be able to operate like there is that nectar and stuff out. So they'll be able to brood stronger, which is the same principle Ian Stepler uses, that he puts it on when he needs to put it on to keep the brood brooding to make a stronger colony to go into winter. And that's the same principle I'm using.
Now, DC, you talking about that? I believe Bob had ran into a lady here a while back that was doing something along those lines.
She was actually buying infused honey, and she wanted me to start infusing my honey with THC, or not THC, but hemp.
The CBD, wouldn't it?
CBD, yeah, to give that benefit so she could sell it where she sells it and make extra money. And if you haven't looked, that stuff sells for a lot of money. Like crazy amounts of money. I think it's Colorado. Is it Colorado THC honey or something? And that's kind of.
Would you just feed that to your bees and that's how you get it in, or you have to do it afterwards?
No, you do it afterwards, right? So like you would get your honey and then you would figure out how much honey you got and then what percentage of THC or whatever CBD you want in it. And then you would add it to make the corresponding percentage.
Bob,
I'm buzzing work from my beehives right now. So guys,
Bob, you got Garrison sent you the message here about he ordered Apis to send the tool at the same time.
Oh yeah, I just got a notification. Yep, thank you, Daniel. I just got that notification. I appreciate it, buddy. And he ordered an activator and a biocontrol. So that biocontrol will do 52 gallons of syrup. So I'll get that out to you on Monday, sir. If my buzz is gone by then, oh my god!
Now was that for the syrup or for the pollen patty?
He got both. He got the activator that does 50 pounds and the control to for his syrup. I'm still trying to look up this percentage thing on honey. the percentages. You know, there's a whole scoring range on this thing. And I'm just looking for the moisture content percent. Let's see. And once I find it, I will actually share it with you guys.
I think Granny's starting to hit it too, huh?
Hitting what?
Well, she's having problems with the keyboard.
She might be hitting that.
Grammy got a little mead every now and then now.
Oh, I think she said she had Boone's Farm going this evening. You know, she normally joins us and she's by her fire, but you know, she's kind of ostracized us. She hasn't joined us lately.
Something's going on, huh?
Yeah, we need Lisa, get on the stream. We want to see the fire. Gosh.
She says nope.
Nope. Come on. This is fun. We're having fun.
She's too busy keeping the coals going.
Let's see. Where's the moisture content thing? You know, there's a whole scale that they rate. There's like a point system. Grades. Requirements for grades. 8. Page 8. Let's see. It's 2, 5. Refractive indices. That's too crazy.
Silver Gorilla says they have an island full of crazy honey.
I know they got an island somewhere. I can't remember where it was, but some of the honey that they extract will actually make you hallucinate.
And that's because of the flowers they use.
I think it's in Taiwan.
All right, so this says grade A honey has, where's it at? I think it said
40 to 60.
No, it's like
17 to 40.
81. No. See, it's got this whole chart that says percentages.
If you get down around 15% moisture content, you can't hardly get it out of the frames.
You have to warm it up pretty good.
So I think this says grade A would be 18.6, right? So if you take the 81.4 and you take the 18.6 would be grade A.
So Charlie, what percentage you get when you want to do crystallized?
You mean as far as spread, honey spread type stuff?
Yeah, when you want to get it to start activating.
Like a creamed honey?
Yeah.
You can almost do it with any moisture percentage. It just depends on how some people are refrigerated down to like a 53 degrees to get it to start crystallizing.
Yeah, you do. And
so the temperature is more what's required.
Well, you have to. They call it seed, where you have to buy some honey spread or from
crystallized something, yeah,
by somebody else, and then you put that in your honey in order to. It's about the size of the crystals. You want really fine crystals.
Whatever crystal size you start with your creamed honey, when you mix that with your what they call runny honey, liquid honey, it will form that size crystals versus one that just naturally crystallizes that's chunky. If you mix that in runny honey, it's going to form those bigger crystals that are real hard.
And you can't just blender the crystals and make them smaller?
You can. Now, they got another method. It's called the Dyson method. Basically, you can take a mortar and pestle, and you can put like a tablespoon of honey in it and just sit there and work it for like an hour, and it'll start kind of turning creamy. You can feel it, and if you still feel a little bit of crystal in it, just keep on grinding until it gets to the consistency that you want. Then you're going to take that tablespoon or 2 tablespoons of whatever you got, and you might mix that with a shot glass size or 2 shot glasses worth. It's a 1 to 10 ratio, whatever amount. Say you have 1 cup of crystallized honey or creamed honey, 1 cup you can mix with 10 cups of runny honey, and then it'll turn all 10 of those cups into like a creamed honey. You can take those
sounds like
10
my
cups.
bees. You got to keep it small quantities.
Well, I mean, you build off of that, because once you get those 10 cups that are crystallized or creamed the way you want it, then you mix that with 100 cups and then build on that. So basically, if you cream 1 pound, you can mix that with 10 pounds and make bigger batches.
Does your mead make you sweat?
A little bit. I'm feeling warm.
Woo! Son, what you talking about? I'm like sweating.
I got an AC vent right here by me, too. I'm about to turn the fan on.
Don't do it, y'all. Don't do it.
Well, remember up at Jason there when he had that honey, or it was actually whipped creamed honey, where they just kept whipping it and stirring it, and it tasted almost kind of like butter.
Yeah,
that's how smooth it was.
Now, what some of them would do with the creaming machine, basically what it does is constantly rubbing those crystals together inside of there and breaking them down to a finer crystal every time they rub. So it's turning into a creamed honey. Now, I've heard of people taking like the KitchenAid table mixers, putting a pound or 2 of honey in there and turning it on low and just letting it cream for, say, an hour or more.
Yeah, now that's what we were tasting at Jason's party, and it was like mayonnaise or smoothness like mayonnaise or pudding or something like that. It was really quite good.
And the taste of icing.
Yeah, there you go. It was like icing. That's exactly the way it was. Yeah.
Now, I got some actually right here. I put it in a refrigerator. I used to have a little wine chilling freezer or wine cooler, and I brought it down to a certain temperature. Then I would take it out and let it come to room temperature. And I'd done that back and forth for a couple weeks, and it's actually turned almost to, a creamed type honey. You can just.
Oh, wow.
So
it's what comes out of my ear.
So I could take that jar right there and mix it with 10 more of these jars. Mix it with 10 more of these jars and have that amount of basically creamed honey.
It's pretty clear.
What percentage of honey is that?
Hey, I'm going to tell you right now, if you got a chance to order this from Steve, please do that at Daisy's Honey. Holy Lord. I don't think are you selling yours though, Lee? Can they order it from you?
Can't sell it
without on the website so they can get to it.
Can't sell it without an alcohol license.
Are you going to be outside the Hive Alive?
So email Lee if you want a bottle of mead, and he'll send you a PayPal invoice for a bottle and get it in the mail to you as soon as possible.
It would say Honey M.
Nah,
I'm not selling any.
Gosh, I know why the monks made this now. Christ almighty. Woo!
Sean got him one of these Hive tools the other day, too.
Aren't you supposed to just do that on Sunday for communion?
Really? I know, right? I'm going to wake up tomorrow and be like, what are all these giveaways I did?
What's this discount code?
Yeah, what the hell is this? What was I thinking?
You weren't.
Oh my gosh. So should I give away who's going to be carrying in their store?
That's your call.
Say hashtag. We'll do a comment thing. If you want us to unveil who's going to be the next seller, where you can go to their store and pick up product, you need to put hashtag retail. Bob, put the jug down. I put a dent in it. It doesn't look like it in the glass, but
how far was that to the top?
It was like up here.
Oh, crud.
You see why I use that little glass now?
Yeah,
huh?
hell yeah. I'm sweating. I'm like, God, somebody put ecstasy in that? What's going on? Holy cow. I'm going to be dancing with Charlie here in a little while.
Every time we
You
do a
gotta start
live,
carrying that on your website.
every time we do a live stream, they're gonna want you to drink a little mead. Now we get a discount.
Right. Hey, everybody who wants to know who's going to be the next retailer for Apis Biologics, put hashtag 12 steps. Hashtag 12 steps.
Yeah, Sean, I think Bob's on his way there.
Yeah, I'm getting there, guys. I'm a lightweight. I had weight. I was 400 pounds. Have you guys not seen that photo?
Nah.
I've seen it. He sent it to me.
I'll show you guys what I look like. I look like Tony Soprano. Let me go to my page and I'll share it with you. What fat Bob looks. I mean, I'm not skinny Bob, but what fat Bob looks like. Photos.
DC said anybody who wants a discount, just send Bob mead.
Oh, God. I don't drink that often either. I might have a beer or something like that once in a while, but it's like a beer or 2 beers, and that's it.
Are you on step 1, Bob?
I am on step 1.
Denial.
Yep, denial. That's it. All right, so here it is. You ready for Fat Bob? Fat Bob's coming up, baby. Let's go. Does that even look like me?
Now, the thing is,
That looks like
you saying 400 pounds. A lot of people would picture 400 pounds. I mean, pretty good size. But how tall are you?
6'2.5".
You don't look that bad myself.
That's what I was going to say. Height helps with weight.
You know, and people
Looks
are
like-
like, well, why don't you just go to the gym and work out? And I'm like, bitch, I can't walk a flight of stairs. What are you talking about? I'm like, gonna die. You know,
looks like the big cartel to me.
That's what I
big
told,
cartel. That's why the website.
that's what I told Bob earlier. I'm trying to lose this right here because it's getting bad whenever I got to take a deep breath, then hold my breath just to get my socks on.
And
Nah.
I'll show you. Yeah, go ahead, Lee, with what you're talking about.
By the time I get my socks on, I'm out of breath again. So
You have to take
kinda
a deep
keep
breath to put your socks on.
going. Yep.
And I had a photo, and there it is.
I was about to say I was going to make a comment there, Bob, just in case. I ain't judging. I'm just saying, might want to watch when you're scrolling pictures.
Oh, I'm on Facebook, so it ain't no. Yeah, I know. I understand what you did before.
Yeah.
No pornographic in YouTube and Facebook. But yeah, that's the.
It says mead's fattening.
Well, you know, it is. Buddha belly gets in the way. That's funny. Hashtag step 1. There you go. All right, so this new retailer is in your neck of the woods, Charlie.
Ah.
Is in your neck of the woods. It's not Lloyd. Yeah.
Oh, it's Bohemia.
Oh man, you're spoiling it. Yes. There it is.
He's just on the other side of the border.
Bohemia Bees.
I have
So
to jump the border.
well, I'm working on a deal. So he got some, but I'm working on a drop ship situation. So when people order, they'll still like we're mailing it out for him. So he doesn't have to stock a bunch of product and we can get it out for him. So
Yeah, because he doesn't have a store.
well, he does. He does have a store, but it's
No, I
open
mean a
by-
real store.
Yeah,
like
it's open by appointment, right?
Yeah.
So you order on the website. If you want to come pick it up, then he'll accommodate you. Let me see. Oh, you live on the wrong side of the country. I know. And see, that's the whole thing. With that side of the country is kind of the wild, wild west as far as Apis. There's nobody over there. And the company is trying to get somebody that's got established distribution network, right? Like they're already selling them beekeeping supplies. And so they're trying to add that to it.
What do you mean, on the eastern shore or
On the
or where?
west coast.
West Coast?
He was Oregon.
Yeah, I've actually we've had a few people from Oregon that's ordered, and I've sent it out there. And
You
so
don't get many watches from out that way.
many watches on the well,
From
DC's out that way.
Good night, Jeff.
Good night, Jeff. Congratulations on winning, buddy. And I'll get that out to you. If I need a vacation, I'll just come up to Hurricane and visit the family up in Clendenin.
so you working on getting into Ireland yet?
All I have to do really is turn the shipping on for the website and calculate shipping for Ireland, right? To be able to accommodate that. And then it would be no problem. But the website, I mean, we've actually shipped.
No.
That's Charlie's OnlyFans page calling. He's laughing. That's his OnlyFans subscriber. We've shipped. Let me see reports to a lot of the United States.
Girl Scouts, what?
The girls, the Jehovah's Witnesses are calling in.
Stick them in the cookies, eh?
Is it the firefighters calling for their yearly donation? Yeah, that's it. Just get the Girl Scouts, and they got a good distribution network. They'll sit outside of every Sam's Club. So I'm trying to get beekeeping stores that want to carry it locally to sell to them. And that's kind of the goal,
You can stand next to the Salvation Army and ring your bell.
Just ring the bell. Apis Biologics, get your Apis Biologics here.
Save the hungry bee.
Got bees. Yep. I mean, that's it.
For only 50 cents, you can save 15 bees.
Hey, James, Sean's in Lansing. He's in the Lansing area. Actually, he is in Lansing. I did a laser sign for him. I feel like you ever watched a Liar Liar when he's like trying to lie, but he can't because he's like, "Woo!" That's what I feel like right now on this meet. Lee,
That's what they sound like.
Lee peer pressured me into this, guys. It's Lee's fault. Blame
I
Lee.
had nothing to do with that one.
It's all Lee.
Hey, maybe we can get you to try the Apis Biologics now.
Just take a taste test. I'll do it. You guys want to see me taste test Apis Biologics? Nowhere on here is there a warning that not to taste it. But most people that are smart know not to taste it, unlike Lee, Swarm Commander.
Yeah, don't taste Swarm Commander.
All right, so I licked my finger to get some on the finger, right?
Oh, dude.
Should I do it?
Go for it.
No.
The next super chat gets the
We're gonna see you running around the beehive.
Activator challenge.
You're gonna like fly into the yard tomorrow.
So the next person that does a super chat will cause a bioactivator challenge. So it'll stay on this finger until somebody super chats.
Charlie's missing this one.
He's talking to his OnlyFans page, trying to get the payment structure figured out. He's got to go put the G string on after this and work for a few hours to get some tips from OnlyFans.
Hey Bob, have you ever done that? The whatever that weed is with the bees, like smoking them or feeding it to them.
If I've done weed, I would never admit it on this channel.
No, I mean to the bees.
Have I ever smoked
them or fed it to them or anything like that?
No,
yeah.
But Earl said he did, and they didn't like it. So,
because I've heard you can actually get your bees drunk and they actually go wacko.
We're one super chat away from an Apis Biologics Activator Challenge.
Where's the smiley face on the bottom of that finger?
Dude, it would be all like, yeah, on there. Lee, you can't peer pressure me into meat anymore. That's against the rules. It's all your fault.
All I did is pour me a little glass. That, like I said, that's why I poured a little one.
Dude, so one of these is probably like 2 or 3 of those that you've got.
Probably a lot more than that.
So what's that compared to like a beer?
I don't know what the percentage is, but that shit is pretty strong.
I was about to say beer is normally what, about 4, maybe 5%?
Yeah, this is stronger than beer, I'm sure.
And these is 15%, right?
I feel like Friar
this
Tuck
one's
right
about
now.
12 and a half.
All right. You guys don't want it. You don't want the challenge to Lee has a glass of Bob's. See, that's because Lee's sophisticated and I'm not. But it will cost you guys a super chat to see this go. Oh, look at Randy, $10. Do it. All right. Hold on, I'll even look clean.
Your tongue is red.
Bob's gonna wake up in the morning and rewatch this and find out what happened to him tonight.
You look like a pollen all over your tongue.
You know what it tastes like to me, honestly? If I had to equate it to a taste, it tastes like, you know, when you lick an envelope and that glue taste, that's kind of the same taste it leaves in your mouth.
A lot better than Swarm Commander then.
Now, Bob,
Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible, but it's
how much
like,
pollen can you use for that one fingertip full? How much pollen can you do?
who
Or pollen
knows?
patty, I guess.
Who knows? I have no idea. But I might die overnight, so this might be my last video. Who knows? You know, it's all natural. If Lee didn't die after Swarm Commander, we're probably pretty good. Charlie won't call 911. That's true, because he's talking to his OnlyFans page. You know, he's getting paid
Like that one guy
$3.99
said,
a minute. He's giving psychic
like that
readings
one guy
right now.
says, don't put it in my hive unless you can't eat it.
Yeah, I mean, if the bees can eat it, then it's,
Yeah.
you know, it may not taste good, but it honestly tastes like you licked an envelope. You know, that taste that you get when you lick, back before there were sticky envelopes that you had to lick them.
I've done that. The ones that non-lickable, you lick them and then it won't work.
Well, it sticks to your tongue. You're like, get frozen.
Paper cut on the tongue.
Thanks, James. Appreciate you, buddy. But yeah.
So how do you make sure your bees don't have that stuff when you go to start processing your honey?
Okay, so the idea is to have it off of the colony. The honey that you've collected for the spring, right? You take that off before you feed them. So it should never get mixed in with the honey that you're processing. So like right now I've got honey on the colony. Ideally, like I'm still feeding 1-to-1. So the 1-to-1 that they're getting has the product in it, and they're pretty much using it just like nectar in the brood nest, and they're not really capping it. So
basically make sure you don't have supers on when you're doing it.
Right. I mean, yeah, most people don't feed when they have supers on anyway, except for Charlie. Charlie has to provide for his OnlyFans page. You know. Charlie, how was your OnlyFan that you're talking to? Are they okay? I can't hear you. You're muted.
Yeah, they're okay.
All right. You know what OnlyFans is, Charlie? It's
No.
like a personal site that you can set up for like pornography. So you could like have subscribers and they could look at your body and you could get paid every month from subscription service. I
No,
thought you were giving like a psychic reading or something, getting $3.99 a minute.
Bob
No,
has one of them for his
no.
hives.
just friend calling in.
I might do that at OnlyFans for beekeeping.
Yeah, that's why I get to see all the special like previews and stuff.
Bob, he uses OnlyFans, not fans. He hold on. Oh, what's that say? Bob, he uses only fan, not fans. He only has one. that would be me. That's my case. Look at Lee. Lee's ordering hive tools like during the stream. Already got it. It'll be there next Thursday.
You gotta take care of them.
Yeah, there you go. It may not taste good, but chased with a shot of meat is awesome. Absolutely. Tune in for the Midnight Live. The Midnight Stagger with the IR gun in the yard.
You could be stumbling around the yard.
What? It's 59 degrees outside. It would be a good time to do that.
So you're going to be talking to the bees a little bit more tonight, huh?
I may not go out tonight, guys, to be honest with you.
Bob's gonna go out to do a live, and he's gonna wake up in the yard tomorrow morning.
Wake up in the yard. No, my wife, dude. Yeah, Bob is hammered. Bob has only had one. I mean, and
Holy cow!
I didn't fill it all the way up, right? I didn't. I only filled it like this far the first time, and I've only had like not even like this much, and then that much.
So, Bob, are you a half full or half empty?
You got to get a little one.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start doing shots of mead.
You're half full or half empty?
I'm technically, me personality, I'm a half full guy. I like to see the optimistic side of things.
Right now, he's loaded though.
Like Charlie's head is half full of hair right now. Charlie, come on, you gotta fire something back, buddy. I'm giving you easy ends, bro.
He's on that sugar-free soda. It's safer.
Jeez, I couldn't set you up any better. But I don't do this often, but it's fun when I do. There you go.
That's the problem. He's getting some into that there jet fuel in him.
I've got jet fuel in me, and now I have my rocket fuel.
Like I said, that's why I pour a little one and I sip on it. Because I ain't drinking years, so it don't take much for me either.
I'm sipping, but yeah, it's kicking.
Don't the guys in Ireland do it better? They hold their stuff better?
And Bob's half full of shit. Thank you for recognizing. Randy, that's true. That is true. Yeah, Garrison, I would love to do that. Do you know anybody over there? I see. The problem is, here's the thing with stuff west of the Mississippi, I can get them set up, but if anybody buys that area that like the big distributor comes along, then I have to like give it up to them because that's then their area. God almighty.
So how many big distributors can we have in the United States then?
Well, you got people like Man Lake, but he said he didn't really want to be in Man Lake. Man Lake doesn't attract him. He likes smaller beekeeping supply stores, but if there's people like Man Lake will let you be an authorized distributor from Man Lake, and then you have to, buy a certain amount of product from them. So they have a chain of people that they're already working with.
Yeah, but they're really screwing over their dealerships.
Yeah, and that's what I've noticed when I've tried to add stuff to the website is you have to buy so much, right? It's like I'm buying the stuff and then it's just going to sit in my porch? Doesn't make sense. At least this time of year.
I do like a website that has a lot of products for a lot of variety when I go.
Right. And that's the thing with our website. It's only got the Hive tool and then it's got Apis Biologics on it, and the only reason that website was even made was because Apis Biologics said, you really need a website. So I made one real quick. This is like not pre-thought. I mean, it was so quick, guys, that it was like, we're looking for distributors. I want in, let's do it, and I made it and it was done. So then I started looking for other products to put on it. And I bought the Hive tools at a bulk rate. And, so I make a little bit on the Hive tool. But the main product is Apis Biologics. And now I'm trying to find products to add that I don't have to have a metric ton. Yeah, see, man, like $10,000, it excludes a lot of small guys, where, with YouTube, I mean, we did pretty good on the pre-order. I think we sold about $2,500 on their pre-order, which isn't bad. But it's like, I don't have the money to buy a bunch of product and let it sit in my back porch. And an area, the West Coast, they were selling it at $2,000 in a state. And we got started. We did good. We showed our promise, and then they gave us a bunch of extra area to cover. And he basically said everything west of the Mississippi, he was waiting on like a big guy that had a bunch of distributors already lined up. And a network. I don't have a network. That's what we need. I need a network of locations that are wanting to resell. So, I buy the product, I send it to them and distribute it. I don't have that right now. So I'm trying to build that. And so that's where when it would become easier. If I had more people, like, let's say I had, Charlie's friend Lloyd. So I've got Lloyd selling. Lloyd buys it. He sells it to his customer. Lloyd makes a good profit. I make a little bit of profit, but I make profit in numbers, right? So the more people that are buying it, the more profit you can make. And I mean, you're not making more percentage, but you're making more sales at that point, a little bit on a lot more. And that's kind of where I'm at right now.
You like the big guys do, and just have a bunch of little stores that you own. Have websites all over the place that are just all yours.
Well, the problem is then you're competing with yourself, right? So you're not making any extra money. It's still coming to you, right? So let's say I had, like, let's say Lee had a website, Charlie had a website, you had a website, and we're all on the same team. Then it doesn't make any sense because the money's still coming to the same pot. And we're all kind of competing. We're dividing up those orders that would have came to one place. Now they're going to three places. And
so, sometimes certain names, though, hit better than other people's,
Right,
like
but if we had, let's say Man Lake had it, then I would send to Man Lake. Man Lake would just, people would go to their website and they would sell a ton of it. But people like me and people like Earl and Charlie, we have smaller YouTube channels. So we're not going to get that exposure that the big company would get. So, but local stores, Frank, you'll go to a guy that's 10 miles away from you, 15 miles away from you, and you'll go in there and buy something. You'd be like, oh, what's this Apis Biologics? And you'll buy it. And then there's a profit to be had. But hold on, let's add Spanky. Hey, Spanky.
What's going on?
The mead is flowing, sir.
Yeah, and you could have an allergic reaction.
Well, I could have an allergic reaction to bioactivator. I hope not.
I
Right
hope not,
now,
too.
I'm good. Right now, I feel good. But let me see. God, there's chat going on. Lee, I'm ignoring the chat. What are we missing?
Some of them talking to each other in there. I'm kind of scanning through.
I'm glad you are. You're probably more sober than I am at this point.
That's why I sip.
I'm sipping just out of a bigger glass, I guess.
I think you're a half empty, Bob.
No, I'm half full, bro. I'm half full all the time.
Hold that glass up.
Half full.
That ain't half full.
That's the glass, not the jug.
The jug is 3/4 full. Hold on, wait a minute. Well, let's make it half full.
I can see this ending badly.
No, it can end anytime you hit the button, sir.
Hey, Bob, where's your keys? We got to take your keys away.
Oh, I'm not going nowhere, son. Not going nowhere. I learned that lesson a long time ago. When you drink, you stay home. I don't go out. If I drink, it's very light. But if I'm drinking, I stay at home.
That was me.
Please.
Even when I did drink a little bit before, we never went out or anything. We'd stay at, like, a couple of friends would get together, stay at one person's house, and everybody just kind of, hey, we got different beds. Do whatever you drink, sleep there, wake up tomorrow morning, eat breakfast, then leave.
You see Paul? Look at Paul. Paul said, I'm just afraid that after the app is hit and washed down with meat, he'll be looking to brood. Hey, you know my wife's in the other room. It could happen.
You're going to be selling it for another purpose, eh?
Hey, you know what? But if like every other drone, I might die after it's done. Charlie, come on, save us, bro. Come on.
I think it's time to quit.
Time to quit. Stay at home, best policy.
Charlie's slowly fading away into the background.
Charlie's like, he's going to fall asleep and all we're going to see is his background image on there. God, my nose is numb.
Good night,
At
Garrett.
least you don't have any neighbors you can yell at.
Good night,
Your nose
Garrison.
is
Thank you,
numb.
brother.
Yeah, it's been almost 3.5 hours anyway.
Really?
Yep.
Well, we only got 19 left.
That
Well,
meat
we got
makes the
Spanky
time
now. We got to stay on longer. And Spanky's talking. Have you been drinking mead, Spanky? Because you're
No,
talking.
I don't have nothing to drink.
Nothing to drink.
No,
You see
Well,
that,
you need
Bob?
to get something to drink. That's the problem.
that costs money.
Well, not this. It was sent to me free of charge.
Well, that's good for you.
Well, hey, come on over, man. I got plenty.
That's too far.
You see that
You're only
comment,
one
Bob?
state away, bro.
It'll be gone by the time I get down there.
No, I'm done. After this, I'm done.
It's what they all say when they come to the AA meetings.
I bet you Bob sleeps good tonight.
Oh my God. Spanky don't talk much, but when he does, it hits home. Oh my gosh. You're too funny, bro.
Well, we have had a couple shows that was Beekeepers Anonymous. I think we are going to have to change that over to another anonymous.
Oh my gosh. You guys are great. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I just lost train of thought. What's that called when a group of people get together to help out one person? Intervention.
AA meeting.
Intervention. Well, the fact that you forgot the word intervention means that you've had too much mead, sir, and you need an intervention.
I think we all going to gather around Bob when we get to Hive Life.
Oh my God.
Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya.
But you
Oh,
can't,
dude.
Lee. You're going to have meat up there. That's temptation.
Yeah, see, lead me not into temptation, sir. We'll be oh my God. Hey, where's Bob? He's the guy balled up in the corner looking like the homeless dude.
He's the one laying in the corner with the little 2-ounce bottles laying all around.
That's funny.
Have his
Oh my-
mead cup shaking it.
I
It's
want to see.
change.
I really want to see Charlie tie one on. I bet you he's funny as hell. I've talked to him on the phone, and what you guys see on this channel is much more reserved than the Charlie I know. I will tell you that.
Mm.
You don't know. You know. You're just playing coy right now. I know.
Now, I can always mess with Charlie because I got him recorded on Zoom for about 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I've got to thinking about that here lately, Lee. We'll have to get together.
Let me know when you're ready.
All right, now we got the microphone now to make me sound better.
There you go.
So as soon as this
Buzzer's up.
couple weeks. Huh? What's that?
As soon as it sobers up.
As soon as Lee sobers up, you can finish the podcast.
Well, we were just using the computer mic and it sounded terrible. It sounded like I was in a bucket or something.
Randy, I haven't had that.
Sounds good to me.
Part. I've only had like half, and then
It's empty again.
no, I didn't fill any more up in here. This is the same thing, man.
He's quit drinking from the cup. He drinks from the jug.
The last, yeah, it's true. The last 2 sips I took were from the jug.
You're gonna take one of them queen markers and start marking the jug.
Hold
Where's
on.
the yellow marker?
Hold on. What year is red? What year is red?
I done lost track. Let's see. This year is yellow. Next year, I believe it'll be red.
You gotta put the time so you know how long it took you.
Damn, is this thing dried out? I haven't even used it yet.
That's what happens when you buy in advance.
Okay, it's working. Hold on. All right, so there you go.
But you're not drinking out of that. You're drinking out of the jug.
No, I am drinking out of that.
No, you're not. You need help.
So we've got the queen marked. We know what year she went
That's
in
not
there.
the queen. That's a worker.
That's the worker.
You got the queen hidden.
Oh, man.
God, you guys got to know I don't drink that much. So, I mean, obviously this effect.
Yeah, we can tell.
Oh my gosh. Hopefully you guys are having fun at my expense. I mean,
The
that's what it's all
floating head
about.
of Charlie.
Yeah, at least we got into your pocket some.
Yeah, you got into my pocket. Yeah, free Apis Biologic, free hive tool. Lee gave away a hive tool. I gave a discount code and only one person has used it.
So how are you gonna engrave that thing tonight?
Tomorrow.
Tonight.
Tomorrow. I
Next
have to
week.
actually prep it. I have to spray it with dry molly lube.
Say that one more time.
Dry molly lube.
Get your head out of the gutter.
I had to spray Molly because she was dry with some lube. Is that what you're trying to say? But it's dry Molly lube, like automotive. Bob, we have seen half the times you have been buzzed all summer. Absolutely. I am. I admit that. I am a cheap date. But you know, like my videos, you see what you see, even my mistakes. Oh, I just saw a notification on on my Facebook. This date on 2015, I had an interview with Harvard School of Medicine in Boston. There you go. I'm not a dumb guy. I'm just a drunk guy right now. There you go.
I make alcoholic candies.
You make alcoholic candies?
Oh, yeah.
What do you make?
All different kinds. Peppermint schnapps, peppermint patties, fireballs. All different kinds.
What do you make? Like a Jolly Rancher type candy?
No,
flavor?
chocolate.
All right, tell us about it.
Well, I did. It's alcoholic candies.
Well, goddamn, son, you gotta go.
You gotta show it. You gotta show us some. You gotta eat some for us.
I haven't
You
made
gotta
none in a
go
long
in
time.
depth. You can't just
Oh.
make a statement. You gotta expand. It's a live stream.
They love them at work.
I bet
They
you they
eat them up,
do.
and I tell them take them home. Don't even.
Everybody at the universities tore up all day long from eating alcoholic candy.
At one said, "What'd you put in that?" I felt so good. I said, "I bet you did."
So is it like a chocolate ball that you've injected it into, or is
Oh
what
no, it depends. It depends on how I'm making them. I've done some like that, but most of the time, like if you're doing peppermint patties, just look up a peppermint patty recipe and replace the peppermint patty with like peppermint schnapps.
My wife's like, I sure hope you watch this tomorrow.
That or apple vodka, anything. You can do caramel as well. You can mix caramel up and add it to it.
So you only drink when you're by yourself or with somebody, Bob. I don't drink that much. I'm just drinking. Lee is usually back there pounding meat every show.
He's doing that stage drinking where it looks like
yeah.
he's drinking.
I haven't even finished half a cup. That's how lightweight I am because of my surgery.
He's going slow. He ain't even finished the gallon tonight.
Ooh, they're trying to get another giveaway out of you. You
Yeah,
better
that's what
quit
I-
drinking.
I already gave you 10% and only one person used it.
Yeah, but the cardboard box is still full.
All right, I'll give away another hive tool.
Don't.
Laser hive tool.
Don't.
Laser, hashtag laser.
You're going to
Want
give your
another-
store away.
You want another laser?
Another laser. Hashtag laser. Last one, guys. After this, I'm gone. You guys
You're
are
already gone.
Of course, it's Grayson. I should have just said, send me your email, Grayson. I'll make you a hive tool.
It's
Everybody
too
put
late. He done talked you
hashtag
into it.
laser. Yeah, for another hive tool.
See, Grayson, if you would have just asked me, you'd have just got a hive tool and it would have been no problem. But now you got to compete.
So is it going to say AAA on it?
Yep. Bob giving away his truck next. I'll sell you my truck. Matter of fact, now that I have a work truck,
He's
I
got a
haven't
company
driven it
truck.
all week. I should probably just take it to the dealer and sell it. I've got a F-150.
See, Bob, good thing
Let's
I
go
keep up with
laser.
all this stuff every night. That way you know who wins.
Yeah, you're gonna have
You ain't gonna remember in the morning.
bro. I'm gonna be like, well, who? What the fuck did I give away? I gave away 5 or 10 colonies. What?
What house did I give away again?
Right. Hey, is your mom going live? I'm gonna need a tarot reading after this for real.
I
It's
think
like-
she's in bed.
Drunk guy. Are you guys hashtag lasering?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
James did it. Rodney did it.
Right.
Wildwood, Jesse.
12 so far.
I mean, I don't think anybody on my giveaways has had a problem with me getting it to them. I've always got the product to them.
Hey, like I said, mine are normally pretty quick. I've already got it ordered and shipped.
If you guys have not subscribed to Galloway Lights, The Filament Corner, and Sawmill Charlie, you guys are missing out. You need to go ahead and do that. What the hell?
Now I'm loaded up.
Do it.
We don't
Evidently, if you're still on here by this time and this craziness, you need to subscribe. We got 12 entries. Is that what it says?
Yep.
Yeah, you guys got to do better than that. 12 entries? What?
I'm going to give it about another 30 seconds.
I'm gonna like lose subscribers because I'm like talking crap. Guys, we got 17 people watching. Why do we only have 12 people that want the tool? What the hell?
Technically,
I already know Bruce
Bruce's
Swarm said is gonna like shred this video on Monday. I don't care. Just do it. All right. So how many we got now, Lee?
So is this social drinking?
Yeah, we're being social.
it's
And I'm
not.
drinking, and as soon as this last swig
Oh
is
shoot!
gone,
Looks
You
like
need
we
some
hold.
better glasses, Galloway.
Looks like we holding at 12 entries, so I'm going to go ahead and do the draw.
go ahead and do it, man. And then they can send an email. And I hope Grayson wins because Grayson needs to win. Ah, Spanky won. Spanky, send me an email with what you want on your hive tool, bro.
Yeah, I wonder if we can send that to Phil.
A.
Do what? Can we send it to Phil?
I'm wondering, yeah. I'm wanting to send him. I'm wanting to send him some stuff, but I'm trying to fill out the customs paperwork.
In Ireland?
No, you're going to make him mad. Northern Ireland.
In Northern Ireland? You notice he hadn't shown up tonight, and it's a weekend. That's surprising.
Well, I think he's at the beach.
Oh, is he on vacation?
Holiday.
Yeah,
It's much funnier when Bob drinks. Well, Rodney, I appreciate you, buddy.
It's
I'll talk
funnier.
to Rodney on the phone too.
It's funnier and more profitable.
And more profitable. I don't know if it's profitable because only one person has ordered Apis
Don't
by
give
a
away
lot.
your
That's what I
store.
say. It's profitable for everybody else.
Hey, drop the code. Hey, Lee, drop the link and drop the code again. So we can. Hey, I gotta pay for these hive tools, guy. Order some Apis so I can. So I can pay for these hive tools.
Yeah, I'll have to make something up. I'll probably make a logo or something for Phil, and we'll see if we can send it over to him.
Spanky, you got my email already?
Yeah, I got your email.
Yeah, just
Something like that, right?
Oh, yeah.
send me an email with what you want. If you want it to go to Phil, then just, we can put Fermana bee juice on it.
Well, I don't want you to have to go through the customs hell.
Well, if I send it to you and you're sending a package, then
Well, I'm going to try to. We'll see if customs claims it or not.
it's possible.
You know how customs are. If they like it, they keep it and say it just never come.
Yo, I don't know what you're talking about, but I love my new back scratcher. I don't know what it is, but it works really well.
Oh, you sent honey? That's not allowed. What do you mean you sent honey? It never come, but that's not allowed. Be something like that.
When your vision gets blurry and you have bifocals on,
Well, you just need more powerful bifocals.
I need more powerful mead to straighten my vision back out again. Holy crap, guys. Wine does not do this to me. Mead? Frank,
Well,
have you tried mead?
How strong is it?
I have no idea.
Yeah, you don't know.
He sent me this friggin' basketball-sized jug of mead.
It might be strong.
It is. I don't have a hydrometer, but that thing is.
Some mead's stronger than wines. It depends on who made it.
Well, Daisy's Honey made that. And I might as well have been drinking Jack Daniels. Jesus Christ.
But I say mead can come in all different alcohol contents, but your average.
Hey, that's homeless guy on the corner strength. That is friggin' strong. Oh my God.
That's a warning to you, Lee. They're going to be coming out of the woodwork.
That is toilet bowl hooch strength from the jail. Oh.
All we got to do is put some hot peppers in and you really lose it.
Dude, I got hot pepper honey over here. I'll do a shot. Hey, next super shot.
Don't do mine.
Super chat gets a shot of hot honey.
No, I was about to ask, do you have Spanky's hot honey there by you?
Fair shot. I don't know if I do that.
I just want to see it, and then I can hit the end the live button because we probably gonna have to.
Hold on, I'll get it for a super chat. For Christ's sake.
He's
Somebody
gonna fall.
send him some at Mike's honey.
He's gonna fall before he gets to the door. Who thought they was gonna get this much excitement tonight?
Maybe I'll make him quit drinking meat.
Now he's gonna have to drink more to wash it down.
It'll just make
His
it
mouth
worse.
will be hot. I tell you one thing, your honey is spicy, but it does have a good flavor to it.
I've made a hotter one.
Ooh, I don't know if I could handle any hotter. Oh, Bob.
Oh, no.
Bed.
Hive Tool Fund.
Thank you there, Silver Gorilla. I'll make sure Bob knows you got that.
Tomorrow.
You got some Hive Tool funds.
Hey, Bob, you got Hive Tool Fund here from Silver.
Oh shit, he didn't care about that. He wanted to see me take a hit of this. I don't know which one's which.
Oh, you can't read now.
Smoke starter and fire starter. Which one? Which one's hotter?
I would
Probably.
think fire.
Yeah, probably the fire one. I don't know.
Fire
I haven't
starter?
tasted them in a long time.
Yeah, I told him, Bob, after you do this and you have to wash it down with more meat, I'm probably going to have to hit that end alive.
And you notice I've got it wide open.
Oh no! Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's some thick honey. It ain't gonna come out like liquid.
You have to squeeze it, Bob.
God, man. Y'all make shit too difficult.
I have pride in what I do.
It is very good product, by the way. So
So
we'll
do
give you a
you put
plug
them in
right
dry?
now. If you want to order this honey, tell them where they can get it.
It's on Etsy.
Well, right, I know that, but they don't know that.
Well, I can't post it in there. I'm not a mod.
All right, is that
Frankie, do you put
sufficient amount?
the peppers in dry?
Oh, why'd you put that on your hand?
Because I'm going to put it on my
No.
mouth. It won't come out.
Oh. I hope that's not your dominant hand.
It is. Holy shit. Right away. Oh my God. What did you put in here? Liquid death?
No, peppers.
Did you put devil's sperm in this or something? Jesus.
What in the hell are you talking about?
Holy shit.
Yeah, aren't you glad it didn't come out? You're lucky.
Hold on. Let me get some more of that.
Just take and dump it in your jug of meat. Be done with it. Then you won't drink it no more.
Hold on. This is because it was a $20 super chat. I'm going to die. Oh my God. Oh.
I think it's time for bed, Bob.
What peppers are in here? Tell
It's
everybody.
a mix.
Yeah, but tell them what you put in it.
I don't know. It's a mix.
You don't know. You made it.
Yeah, I grow so many different peppers. I probably
They're
grew
hybrid.
over 50 different varieties that year.
That's hot.
Plus, I make my own varieties.
Oh my God. Ghost pepper, is that in it?
Probably.
Probably.
Well, I grew a bunch of stuff that year.
Oh my God, y'all.
I don't think there's any Reaper in it. I think those came later.
Thank God.
Well, there's stuff out there that's just as hot.
But it tastes good. You still taste the sweet,
Mhm.
and then you get pounded in the face with the heat.
That's what I was saying earlier. I mean, it's definitely hot, but it has a really good flavor to it.
Do you have his Etsy store link, Lee?
I found one. Is it under Filament Corner Etsy?
Nah.
Okay, because I've seen just all the filament stuff in here, but I don't know which channel or which store you have.
Hey DC, don't rub your eyes or your asshole. That's the point.
Hey, Spanky,
Don't
can
wipe
you,
your ass with that hand tonight, because you're
Spanky,
gonna
can you text that to me real quick, and then I can post it up?
I recommend that. That's Bob approved.
So,
See if that
Spanky, do you
takes
do
you
your
to
peppers dry or do they wet?
I don't dry. You can do them wet. You'll probably get it hotter.
It'll be runnier because yours is thick.
About to say you'd
Or-
probably have a higher moisture content
No,
then.
you just take and dehydrate it down.
Well, my teeth are getting numb right now.
It's just more work. That's the allergic reaction.
Well, thank you, sir, for such a compliment.
Now I'm not a doctor.
I
But
just
I'm a
play one
doctor
on
on the
television.
internet.
Yeah, the lips are numb. The tongue right in the middle where I lick my finger is numb and burning.
Yeah, you can get that one on Etsy. We got that one up on Etsy.
Yeah, guys, you guys got to order that. That is like, if you've ever had Dave's Insanity hot sauce, it's like that, but it sticks to your tongue with the honey.
Yeah, check that private chat there, Lee, and see if that takes you to the store.
Cheers for the last gulp.
Oh
Lee-
my!
Lee, raise your glass.
I'm going to drop that. Well, let's see.
Was he leaving me hanging? I thought he was my bro. He's leaving me hanging.
I'm getting Spanky store in here. Drop that link in the comments there, and y'all
Don't
go
worry
check the
about
store
it.
out.
I already handled it.
Now it's not empty now. He's just going to fill it up from the jug.
Yeah, I know. Throw the glass out. Who needs a glass? I'm done.
That was a special jug, though.
This
I mean,
is
in the glass. I mean, it has a.
You can order this mead from Daisy's Honey. I know he's got a website. I don't know what the website is, but Bob approved. Thumbs up on this stuff.
Hold on.
Yeah, we've also got lavender infused honey on there as well.
I won't need that tonight because I'm already ready to go to bed. But Charlie,
Yeah.
what's going on, bro? You're just sitting back there chilling.
Yeah. I'm just about ready to get off here. I got to get up tomorrow.
Well, we've gone like way longer than normal.
This is back to normal days.
Yeah. Well, I think our longest one so far we did like 5.5 hours.
5.5 hours.
Well, it's a no live stream. What do you expect?
Hey,
You know, and Lee doesn't have to work tomorrow.
I'm taking my mom out for her birthday tomorrow.
Oh, well, happy birthday, Mama.
We all getting together. And
Now,
take her out.
now you take and save that glass and you put it up on eBay and auction it off.
What is that? A
That's
mole
really
cricket?
That's boring, but cricket.
Yeah, I had to do the manly thing and do some pest control.
I thought you were going to like eat it.
No, no.
Next
Before you get a
super chat, Frank eats a mole cricket. There you go. Next super chat, Frank eats a mole cricket.
He might do it.
Oh, that's live. So it's a minimum of $50 super chat for Frank to eat a live mole cricket. Frank.
Oh, gross.
Frank,
Frank.
don't give it away for free. You can tease.
Oh, you gave it away for free? We got to wait till Bob makes some money on it.
God,
You got a grift.
that's
Oh,
gross.
it's still there. $50, $50. Frank eats them. Frank eats the mole cricket.
Not for me. Can't do them.
You got to learn how to grift now.
Oh my God. Hey, that's what we can do. We can just do weird shit and auction off super chats for weird shit to be done.
Put that cup on eBay with the red line and auction it off.
Frank, Bill Gates has some dinner choices for you. Oh my God. This stream has gone so south so fast. And you can order some of Spanky's honey and wash that down.
I wouldn't do that.
It would sweeten the mole cricket.
It might crawl back up with it.
Oh my
Look at him.
God, how many subscribers did I lose tonight? That's the question.
Well, you just go in and make shorts off of this and blow it virally.
Right.
Yeah. You have to make the screen like this.
Oh my
Hey,
gosh.
You do a short of him putting that in his mouth. You do a short of you drinking all your mead.
Is Grayson still on here?
Seen him up there. I seen Vincent up here just a second ago whenever he was picking your glass up for the last sip.
Okay, so Grayson, send me an email. I've got something special for you.
Grayson, I'm going to drop Bob's email in the comments there for you.
He should already have it. We've been talking email.
Yeah, he should. I'm going to put it just in case, though.
Well, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta go.
Yeah, we got to go
In the
too.
background.
Yeah, me too.
We're just having fun, playing around.
All right. Well, we'll see you Tuesday if we don't hear from you sooner.
All right, Charlie. Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah. Righto.
Have a
See you.
good one.
See you, Spangy.
See you.
So, Grayson, if you send me an email, I will send you a Wildwoods Honeybee Farms hive tool. And just specifically for you. He's like 13.
13.
So I appreciate you. And God, this mead's got me messed up, guys. I apologize.
And if y'all hadn't seen Grayson's B channel yet, I'll drop a link to his channel in the comments.
And if you haven't used the APIS 10 code on bewares.co, do it.
Well, you got 8 hours left.
No, not long. Like 3 minutes, I think. It was at midnight, right?
I don't remember, actually.
You said the 16th.
No, I did not, sir. Don't try to fool me.
The system knows.
And anyway, guys, I appreciate you. Spanky, we love you. We just need to get you out of your shell.
Little me to help that.
A little mead will help that. I concur with that assessment.
Or candies.
No,
Frank, we need to put you back in your shell.
And
I'm
frames.
just kidding. What's Spanky?
James says no mine hives and frames ? Question mark.
You put it back?
No, I ate it.
Oh my gosh. There's another one over there staring down. I thought that was dead too.
I gotta go.
What'd
It
she
was
say,
secondhand mead. Blame it on secondhand mead. It works.
I think
Secondhand mead. I did not
Guaranteed.
inhale, sir. I did not inhale. Frank's laughing because his wife's giving him crap about eating the bug, right? Is that what's going on?
Yep.
He didn't even wait for us to get paid for him to eat the bug.
Hey, Bob, I got an extermination job for you.
Crickets?
Yes.
Well, you exterminated with extreme prejudice.
That wasn't extreme. That was personal.
That's funny. That's funny. Anyway, guys, I'm ready to call it a night. I've had enough mead. I still have plenty left over.
You know,
And I gotta go get some more crickets.
you know you had enough when you got to hold your glass with both hands.
I want to make sure
Hurry up! I gotta go catch some crickets.
my nose is so numb right now from this mead.
That's not the mead. That's the apex.
Well, mead, Apex, and hot honey.
That's right.
Good combination.
That's right. I'm feeling the jet fuel. Yeah, I'm free tomorrow, Grayson. Just send it to
After
me.
you recover.
No, it ain't good. It ain't. I haven't even had 2 glasses, guys.
I'm
I
not
mean-
talking about that.
He'll
Try
wake
to
up
inhale all that hot
1:30.
honey.
Oh, the hot. Yeah, that might take 6 to 8 hours.
Or make it run through.
I was about to say you're gonna regret it in the morning though.
Just,
But you
just
know
don't
what?
use the bathroom outside. The bees might come for it because you passed the apex.
Well, I actually washed it down. Oh wait, there's meat in there. I actually washed it down, but I still have the heat right on my tongue.
That's the apex.
That's the apex.
How do
So
you know?
don't know. Hey, let me give you all a hint while we're on here. If in fact you go to use Apis 10 and it doesn't work, use Bohemia 10 because I'm giving 10% off for Bohemia Bees 10,000 sub giveaway.
So can we use two of them, make 20?
Negative,
No.
sir.
That's
Negative.
not how that works.
One discount per order.
How
Don't
about if I
make me
order half a
drive up
bag?
New Jersey, Frank.
I'll order half a bag at a time.
Half a bag of it's cheap, bro.
What the heck is that? The smallest smoker ever?
This thing
Yeah.
right here, that's a 3D printed smoker. This
I know
thing
Bob
right
can't
here
see it.
does 50 pounds of pollen sub. It's $19.99.
That's
The
50
equivalent-
hives.
the control that does 52 gallons of syrup is $24.99.
This is how you should sell all your products.
I mean, what else can you buy out on the market that costs $24 that'll do 52 gallons of supplement or 52
Nothing.
gallons of feed?
Sugar's more than that.
So it's cheap. But anyway, that's my rant. But anyway, guys, I've had enough to drink. I've enjoyed my time with you guys. Cheers. Appreciate you. Lee,
Here's the good friends.
good friends, good times, good bees, healthy bees, hot honey. Everything is great.
Now.
Yep. Everybody have a good night. We'll catch y'all on another one.
Oh, you lied.
We're out.
How dare you?
What? What happened?
He didn't eat it.
He didn't eat it.
No.
Was I that drunk I didn't see him not eat it?
That's the art of the grift. They got to
Well,
pay $50.
The problem is, he did it on purpose because nobody super chatted for him to eat it.
Exactly. He gave him a tease.
If they would have super chatted it, he would have swallowed it.
Yep.
Or at least we wouldn't have known. But if it would have worked.
That won't work now. You've done tease.
It
You
felt.
got to learn the art.
Oh my God.
All right,
Yes, I'll be fine in the morning, guys. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate all of you. Spanky dipped out real quick. He's like, oh my God. Thank you for hanging out with us. Grayson, I'm sorry. Your parents are probably not going to let you watch us ever again. And it's my
All
fault. Have them call me. If there's a problem, I'll straighten it out when I'm sober.
My wife took my cricket.
No, God, you think I was on cocaine or something? My nose is totally numb, like literally numb from this stuff.
Good night, everybody. Y'all have a good
Ah, boo, I'm proud. I appreciate.